For those of you who are not aware, West Africa produces over 70% of the world cacao. Okay, just Ghana and Ivory Coast alone produces over 70% of the world cacao. Okay, so all the experts and all the technology, the best technologies are found in West Africa when it comes to cacao production. And personally, I grew up on the cacao farm because my mom, my dad, they both have cacao farms. My uncles, the whole family, everyone has got cacao farm. So I learned by doing cacao cultivation, right from planting all the way to drying. I learned everything by doing. Okay, and then I got educated in agriculture as well. I took up a bachelor degree in agriculture, a master degree in agronomy, and then a PhD in horticulture. And then my focus primarily is on cacao. So apart from practical experience, I have really done research and studies on how to grow cacao. Okay, so whatever I'm going to share is from experience and it's also from research. Okay, so I hope that I'll be able to share the most effective ways to deal with disease and pest on your farm. Okay, so as we move on, you will get to know that disease and pests are something that really we have to pay so much attention to. If we really want the farm enterprise to be profitable, then it's something that we have to pay attention to. All right, so if you want to increase yield, that's a good thing. However, you should also make sure that you deal with disease and pest, because when yield goes up and disease and pest are not controlled, you go back to zero. So it's very important. All right. Yeah, the webinar is being recorded. It's being recorded. So when we are done, we will send you the recorded version in case in the future you want to revisit them. You can refresh your memory with the knowledge you gain from the training. All right, so begin with, I will just share my screen with you so that we will begin the session for this morning. Okay, so I'll quickly share my screen. Okay, so I guess you can see my screen. So the training today is on disease and pest management, okay? Effective ways to keep them under control on the farm. Okay, so let's begin now. So what is a disease, or what is considered a disease? Okay, so when we say disease, we are talking about any condition in the plant which impairs the normal functioning of the plant. Okay, or it impairs the normal state of the plant, or it could be a part of the plant. So anything that goes on in the plant that prevents the plant from functioning well is considered a disease. Okay, so that is that. And when we say a pest, we are talking about organisms or plants and animals, okay, that kill or they destroy cultivated plants or cultivated crops. Okay, so they are considered as pests. So pests can be plants, pests can be animals. Okay, so we're talking about organisms here. Okay, so this is the scope within which we are going to operate today. This is the scope for our training. Okay, so the question is why control disease and pests on your cacao farm? Why do you need to control disease and pests on your cacao farm? Okay, over 38% of the global cacao is lost every year because of disease and pests, okay? And these figures seem to go up every year. Yeah, so it's like this. Can you imagine after you work the whole year and then about 38% of your harvest is lost? I mean, just because of disease and pest, that's a big loss. Yeah, so 38% is really a big figure. No? It's really a big figure. So that is why disease and pests need to be controlled. Okay? And disease and pests here in the Philippines, especially pests, is one of the major issues that make the cacao industry here less profitable. Okay? When I was taking my master's degree, I did little research because our instructor told us to do a cost-benefit analysis of the cacao industry. So I did a short study, and then those days in 2011, the cacao industry was not really anything to talk about. Okay, and then some of the insights from my study was that disease and pests were one of the major issues, actually the key issue that made cacao production here nearly impossible because continuous pest attack. Okay, for example, in most cacao producing regions in West Africa, disease and pest control using chemicals or fungicides or pesticides is done 2 to 3 times a year. They spray the farm 2 to 3 years, 2 to 3 times a year. However, compared to here in the Philippines, I visited some farms and I talked to some friends working in Kenema. And then they told me they spray the farm about 10 times in a year, sometimes even more than that. So which means that the cost in controlling disease and pests is really very high. Okay, and if you are going to spend more on the farm, it means that your income levels are going to go down. Okay, so I also try to visit some farms in Tagum area, in Marigosan, in New Bataan, and those places. And what I realized was that the farm conditions were conducive for proliferation of disease and pests. In other words, disease feel more comfortable on the cacao farms. They do better, okay? There's something called microclimate, okay? And microclimate is simply the condition on the farm, okay? That's either helps the plant to grow well or help diseases to multiply. And what I realized was that the microclimate on the farms were very conducive for disease and pests to thrive and to multiply. Okay, and from my observations, most of the farms they had so many things going on. Okay, so the trees were overshadowed. The cacao trees were overshadowed with coconut, with rambutan, with I mean so many kind of trees growing along the same in the same field. Yeah, but as a matter of fact, uh, in planning your farm, you have to decide on which business model you want to use. Okay, so for most of the farms, it's not sure what they want. Okay, if their main crop is cacao or their main crop is coconut, you don't know. Okay, but if you want to cultivate cacao, then your main focus needs to be on cacao. So any other crop that you grow as an intercrop become a secondary crop. Okay, so you don't grow the secondary crop more to overshadow the cacao because that kind of condition have disease to thrive and do well on the farm. Okay, so that has been my observation as I try to visit farms. Okay, so in this table here, you realize that, okay, we have the disease, pathogen region, number of tons, and then uh, the value in US dollars. So black pod disease is common in Africa, Brazil, and Asia. Okay, black pod is also known as pod rot. Okay, I was talking with one friend from Kenema. I was asking her what is one of the most problems you face on your farms, because we know Kenema is really a very established farm. He told me the two main problems on our farm is pod rot and pod borers. Okay, so through pod rot or black pod, the amount of tons that are lost a year is around 450,000 tons. That's a lot, right? And then in millions, this is how much lost, okay? And then we have vascular strip dieback. In our trainings, some farmers have also complained about this. And this is very common in Southeast Asia. Okay, so this is the loss. And then we have pod borers, which is also very common in Southeast Asia. Okay. Now let's look at some of the common diseases and pests in the cacao farms in the Philippines. There are so many diseases, but not all cacao disease are found in a particular region. So there are particular diseases that are unique to the Philippines. Okay, so let's look at some of them. Number one is a pod boring. Okay, it's a big problem here. And these pod borings, from my observation, they are not just in the cacao farm. It's been a problem on most fruit farm or orchards. Okay, the next is the vascular streak dieback. And then we have black pod rot and canker. And then myriads. And then stem borers, leaf eater insects, and then sap suckers. So these are some of the diseases we are going to discuss this morning and how you can effectively deal with them on the Philippine cacao farms. So let's begin with the pod borer. Okay, the pod borer. So the pod borer is a kind of butterfly. Okay, it's a kind of butterfly. Its distribution is found in South and Southeast Asia. It's common in South and Southeast Asia. Okay, the hosts usually they attack cacao, lychee, rambutan, and cola. Okay, so one thing you should realize is that having this kind of knowledge will help you to know which kind of crops you need to grow together with cacao. For example, if you mix rambutan on your farm, on your cacao farm, you're going to have a big difficulty in trying to control pod borers because the rambutan is also a host for pod borers. Okay, or let's assume that you have some other crops that these pod borers attack. Okay, if these two crops, which are both hosts for pod borers, are on the same farm, the problem is that as you try to control the pod borers on the cacao, okay, some of them will still be in the rambutan. And then after you control on the cacao, they are going to go back again from the rambutan to the cacao. So in choosing which crop to grow together with the cacao, make sure you don't choose any of these. Okay, you don't choose any of these. The list here might not be all. Okay, but from your experience, you get to know that there are some particular fruits that are very susceptible to pod borers or fruit borers. Okay, fruit borers. The caterpillar enter the fruit and destroy it. Okay, all right. So they are also very common in mangoes. Mangoes has also got some fruit borers that attack it. So it means that you don't have to mix these particular trees together on the same farm, because if you do, you have big difficulty in controlling pod borers on your farm. Now let's look at the symptoms and the life cycle. So usually eggs are laid in the surface of pods, okay, that are about 2 to 6 weeks from the first sign of yellowing. Okay, so the moth lays the egg on the fruits that are about to ripe or getting ready to ripe. Okay, so the eggs will hatch in about 3 days. And when this happens, they will begin to burrow, they begin to make holes, they will begin to make tunnels in the pod. Okay, so the larvae go through the husk, they dig into the husk or the pod. Okay, they get into the pod of the bean. Okay, and into the placenta that hold the beans together. Okay, so remember that a butterfly will lay the egg on pods that are about 3 to 6 weeks to yellow, or to get yellow, or to mature, or to ripe. And then in 3 days, it will hatch. Then after hatching, they will start to burrow into the pod. Okay, so in about 14 to 18 days, and 3 to 5 months, the larvae exit the pod through the holes they have made in the husk. So what that means is that the larvae will go inside, and then in about 2 weeks time, okay, they will try to get out. But before they get out, molt here means shelling of the skin, okay, shelling of the skin, as most insects do, and some reptiles also, okay, they will just shell the skin off. So about 3 to 5 shelling of the skin inside the pod, then they will leave, okay, and then when they leave, okay, the larvae will crawl uh, will crawl and then try to stick at the lower part of the branches, or sometimes they will go down into the leaf or on the weeds, and then they will stick there, like as you can see here. Okay, so the larvae will stick like that. So getting ready uh, for transformation or metamorphosis into a butterfly to take place. Okay, all right. So at this particular stage, um, it is out on the pod, and then it is taken to the branch or on a leaf on the floor of the of the of the cacao trees on the ground. Okay, so as you can see in this photo, uh, the butterfly has laid the egg on the pod. Okay, and the pod has started making hole or digging into the pod. So all the greenish thing you see here, they are different pods of digging, okay, that the larvae has done on the pod. So this is an infected pod. This one is also an infected pod. This is not mature yet. It's turning yellow because the butterflies have already attacked it. Okay, so like I was saying, they will be here for some time, about 14 to 18 weeks, and then they will get out, and then they will stick to the back of the leaf or on the stem. Okay, so inside this pod, when you cut cross section, this is how it looks like. Okay, so the beans has been destroyed completely. Okay, because of the attack of this stem borers. Okay, so this is how the butterfly looks like, the stem borer butterfly. Okay, so after 6 to 8 days, the adult must emerge. Okay, the size is about that of a mosquito. Okay, and then it is about 5 to 7 millimeters long. Okay, and brown with bright yellow patches on the tips of the forewings. Okay, so after it sticks to the back of the leaf, in about a week time, the butterfly or the moth will emerge. Okay, and the life cycle continues like that. Okay, so the moth has got long antennae which are swept backwards. So if you can see in this image here, this is the antennae. It goes back this way, and this one goes back that way. Okay. So they rest horizontally on the other side, underside of branches during the day, and then they are active at night. Okay, so the life cycle of this moth is about 27 to 33 days. So during the day, they are not active. They get active. The actual attack is within the night. Is within the night. Okay. So as you can see in this image here, okay, these are some pods which have been affected by pod borers. Okay. So take note of this. Spread of the cacao pod borer occurs through movement of pods. Okay. The movement of leaves and other vegetation which has the pupa attached to them. So if you move pods from one side of the farm to the other side of the farm, and then these pods are infected with pod borers, it means that you are going to spread the insects to the various parts of the farm. Because usually what happens is that uh, when the farmers pick the pods from the trees, they bring all the pods to one particular place before they break the pods. Okay, so usually if some of these pods have been infected with pod borers, then it means that you are going to spread pests on your farm. Okay, so when you harvest the pods, you have to inspect them, okay, and separate the infected pod from the healthy pods. Okay, so that the infected pods, you could break them differently, and then if you notice they've been infected, then you dispose them from the farm or you bury them in the soil, deep inside the soil. Okay, so that the the larvae and then the eggs and everything of the moth of the stem of the pod borer will be destroyed. So you have to pay attention to this. Okay, now let's look at the impact of the pod borers. So the larvae or caterpillars, okay, do the damage by boring into the young green pod and feeding on the tissue that surround the beans. Okay, sometimes the larvae eat the seed coat of the cotyledon, which are the first leaves. So what happens is this: the pod ripen early, okay, and the beans are small, flat, and soft, stuck together in a mass of dried mucilage, okay, and this produces poor quality beans. So this is the effect of the attack of the pod borers. Okay. So usually, many people consider the pod borer to be the most important pest in cacao in many parts in Southeast Asia. Okay, and that is true from my observation. Okay, with limited control, okay, losses on the farm can be up to 50%, especially for small holders. Okay, and in severe cases, over half of the potential crop can be lost just because of pod borers. Okay, so you can lose as much as 50% of your produce if you don't control pod borers on your farm. Okay, in Papua New Guinea, between the year 2000 and I think 2012 to 2018, there was a national loss in the cacao industry of up to 80%, okay, because of pod borers. About 80% of most cacao farm produce was lost. And that's a huge number. I mean, can you imagine losing about 50 to 80% of your produce? All right, so it's very important to pay so much attention, okay, to pod borers on your farm. So as an example of its impact, okay, this is what I talked about. So about 80% of Papua New Guinea's produce was lost, okay? That was about 4,000 tons, okay? So the economic consequences of its introduction is really serious, okay? And managing the pest will depend if growers decide to change to a high labor system of production, which includes fooding, shade control, and regular and frequent harvesting. Okay, so to be able to manage pod borers on the farm, okay, you need to engage high labor on your farm. Okay, so like pruning the farm is very important. Okay, because if you prune the farm, there is enough ventilation and the relative humidity on the farm is not too high. Our pot borers do not do well. They don't do so well on the farm. So regular pruning is very important. And shade control. You don't allow trees to completely cover your farm. No. Okay. Usually when the trees are, your cacao is like 1 year to about 3 year old, you need about 75% shading. Okay, when the trees are about uh, they're about from 3 to about 5 years old, you need about 50% shading. And then when the trees are more than 5 year old, you need 25% shading. Okay, so the shade trees on the farm should not be more than what we are describing. If the shading on the farm is more than that, then pot borers are going to do better on the farm. Okay, they are going to do better. And you also need to ensure regular harvesting. Regular harvesting. Okay, because if you leave the pots on the farm for too long, okay, it is more advantageous for the pot borers because they are able to complete the entire cycle. But if you harvest the pots on time, okay, you break the life cycle of the pot borers and you are able to control them well. So as you can see in this image, okay, the farmers are checking on the leaves on the ground. Okay, they are checking the presence of pot borers sticking to the leaves. Okay, the presence of pot borers sticking to the leaves. Okay, and then when you find the pot borers, you need to destroy them. Okay, you might not be able to do this regularly, but occasionally you have to check. I mean, do farm inspection, check and see if these pot borers are sticking or they're hiding somewhere. Okay, so that you can uh, begin to put up some control measures. Okay, so look for existing holes and all lava debris on the pot, and then look for premature ripening of pot. So usually to find out if there are pot borers on the farm, okay, one of the things you could do is you can check some of the pots and see, okay, if they are ripening prematurely. Maybe the pot is small and it's getting yellow. It means that there are pot borers on the farm, or there could be an incident of pot borers. Okay, and then you should also check. Usually, when they are digging into the pot, they leave some debris. Okay, they leave some debris. As they dig in, they leave some debris on the pot. Okay, and you can check that one, and that will tell you that the pot borers are trying to infect your pot. Okay, you also look for tunneling by the levee inside the pot. Okay, and then and beans that stick together, making it difficult to extract them from the pot. Okay, so when you pick a pot and you break in, and you notice that some of the beans inside the pot are really sticking together, that could also be a sign that pot borers are trying to infect the pot. Okay, and then you look for tunnel and look for the presence of holes on the pot. Okay, so as you can see in this image, there are debris. Okay, the digging behavior of the pot borers leaves some debris on the pot, the brown thing there, okay? Those are the debris from the activity of pot borers, okay? So the fact that the moth is active at night, okay, and the wings are dark and blend well with its surrounding means it is difficult to detect, okay? It is difficult to detect. So sometimes it can be seen on the other underside of horizontal branches during the day. So sometimes under the branches, you can see some of the pot borers. You see some of the pot borers sticking to the underside of the branches. However, because of their color, it's difficult to identify them. You have to observe closely, or the best means is to check their activity on the pot. That is the easiest way to notice their presence on your farm, by checking the debris on the pot, and then the tollerant behavior, and so on and so forth. Okay, now let's go to management. Okay, note that cultural control described below not only reduce the effect of pot borer, but it also reduce losses caused by pot black pot and some rats. Okay, so one of the effective ways to manage pot borers is by using cultural or agronomic practices. Okay, and usually if you use agronomic practices, it also helps to control other diseases and pests on the farm as well. Okay, uh, the next thing is natural enemies. Natural enemies. Okay, so predation levels of the pot borer of 40 to 60% are common. Okay, due to this kind of ants. Okay, we have this red ants here. They have red or brown head, the black tail. Okay, these they feed on the pot borer. They feed on them. Okay, so if you find this kind of ants on your trees, you don't have to destroy them. Okay, because they are good natural enemies to pot borers. And number two is parasitoids. Okay, they have been successfully employed to give control to pot borers, although those attacking eggs, larvae, and uh, pupa are known. So when we say parasitoid, we are talking about insects that usually their immature stage, they stick to another organism, okay? And they complete half of their life cycle by sticking to another organism. So usually parasitoids stick to other insects. And by the time they complete their life cycle, they kill the insect. For example, as you can see in this case, this is an immature insect sticking to a caterpillar. So that by the time it grows to maturity, the caterpillar is dead because it is feeding on the caterpillar at the same time. Okay, so now let's look at some of the cultural control. Okay, so during growth, you have to prune the trees every 6 months, okay, to have an open canopy. Every 6 months, you have to prune your farm, okay, and make sure that the trees do not grow higher than 3 meters, because if the trees are higher than 3 meters, it's difficult to pick the pods. And number two, if some of the stem borers are higher, it's difficult to control them. Okay, so you have to prune the farm to the extent that the height of the trees are not more than 3 meters. Okay, you have to pick the pod frequently, especially as soon as they turn yellow. As soon as they turn yellow, you have to pick them. Okay, because as soon as they start turning yellow, it means that the beans are mature already. So you don't have to wait until it gets completely yellow before you harvest. No, because if you are using the pod to remain too long on the farm, it helps pod borers to increase on the farm. Okay, so picking of pods should be done like every 7 to 10 days interval in order to disrupt the life cycle of the pod borers. Okay, so the idea is to collect the pods before the adult pod borer emerges. Okay, before the adult pod borer emerges. Okay, so what you have to do is to bury the infected pod. You have to bury the infected pod, and then do not leave them on the cacao plantation as a source of moth to infest the remaining pods. So when you find or you are suspicious as to whether a particular pod has pod borer, okay, you have to bury them, bury those pods. Break open and check. Okay, if they are infected, you have to bury them. Okay, in a very deep pit. Okay, and it's important not to miss mature pods. Okay, and it is important that this practice is done over large areas. Otherwise, the mold from adjacent infected farms, okay, will reduce the effectiveness, okay, of the control measure. So the idea here is that when you are controlling pod borings, you have to do it on the whole farm. Okay, if you control on a section of the farm, and this section you don't control, okay, the pod borers here are going to move to the area you have controlled. Okay, so when you are picking mature pods, just pick them on the whole farm, okay, within the range of time. So let's assume that you want to do harvesting. Do all the harvesting at once. Maybe you devote 3 days to do harvesting on the farm. Commit all the 3 days to do all the harvesting until all yellow pods are harvested completely. Okay, chemical control. Okay, so cultural measures should be used to control the cacao pod borer than pesticides. Okay, so from research, pesticides are not really recommended for pod borers. Okay, so cultural control is the best. So pesticides have not been recommended for smallholders, okay, due to their potential impact on human health and environment, okay, and that there is little evidence that they are really cost effective. Okay, so using cultural means is the best way to control pod borers on your farm. Now let's look at the second disease, the vascular streak dieback. So distribution, okay, so this is found in Asia, okay, in Oceania, especially in Papua New Guinea. So most Asian countries have got this problem. Now the host is cacao and avocado. Okay, so what that means is that if you want to control this disease on your farm, then growing avocado and cacao together, I will make it difficult to control this particular disease. Okay, so avocado might not be the best intercrop so far as controlling vascular streak dieback is concerned. because they are affected by the same disease. Okay, now let's look at the symptoms and life cycle. So the first sign of the disease are scattered green spots against a yellow background, okay, on one or two leaves up to 1 meter behind the shoot tip. So as you can see in this particular photo, so the symptom of the disease is that the leaf will turn yellow with green spots, okay, with green spots, okay, with green spots on the leaf. So when you notice this, you should know right away that vascular disease is beginning to happen on your farm. So usually after a few days, the leaves will fall. And those leaves above and below begin to turn yellow. They begin to show the same symptoms again. Okay, so like this one here, as you can see in this image, okay, so these leaves are yellow, they fall. And as they fall, these are turning yellow. When it falls, this is turning yellow. So it is in that order, okay? So lenticels grow larger, giving the bark a rough appearance, and auxiliary buds develop after about 20 centimeters growth, they die. Okay, so I'm going to show you a photo here. I will show you a photo later. Let me see, I think it's in the next slide. I will show you. Okay, so usually the bark of the cacao tree, okay, there's something called lenticels. And these lenticels, they are openings on the leaf, on the bark of the tree for oxygen exchange, oxygen and carbon dioxide. They are they are like the nose of the tree. So there's some gas exchange that go through the lenticels or on the back of the tree. Okay, so if this disease happen, what you are going to note is that, okay, the back of the tree will have a rough appearance. Okay, the cacao stem, the back of the stem will have a rough appearance. Okay, and you will notice that it looks like some buds are developing. But the buds will develop when they are about 20 centimeters in growth, then they die. Okay, so if the surface layer of the leaf spar is scraped, okay, you will see some three dark areas, okay, and then these are the diseased vascular tissue. Okay, let's assume that, for example, you have this leaf here, okay, like this yellow, okay. If this will fall down, if this yellow leaf falls down, and you check over here, you are going to see three spots, three dark spots, okay? And then when you notice three dark spots over there, over here, it means that this vascular welt disease is taking place or has affected the plant. Okay, so when leaves fall or when you remove the yellow leaf, check the presence of the dark spots in that particular place. Okay, So growth of the diseased shoot usually slows down, okay? So symptoms spread to the other branches, okay? And then the tree dies. And then white spore producing bodies, which are called sporophores, form from the leaf stalk. So what it means is that, okay, uh, like I was saying, if this leaf will fall, or if you remove this yellow leaf here, okay, you are going to see that three dark scars, okay, and that gives you a clue that the vascular disease is taking place. Now, the next symptom we are seeing is that if this disease attacks the plants, the growth of the shoots usually slows down. Okay, it will slow down. Then the disease will spread to the other branches. Okay, and then when that happens, the plant begins to die. Okay, and then when it dies, you see the white producing body, which are called sporophores. They begin to form, okay, from the leaf. Okay, they will begin to form from the leaf. So, like you see here in this image, okay. So there was in the image E, there was a leaf here. So when the leaf fall, you can see the dark spots here. Okay, so if you look at it closely, if it's zoomed and you look at it closely, you are going to see the dark spots, okay, over there. And then if you cut the stem and you split it, okay, what you are going to see is the cross section of the stem looks like this. So it means that the plant has been affected by the vascular disease. Okay, so a feature which is characteristic of the disease and the reason for its name is seen when the stem is split open, like you can see in this image here. Okay, like you can see in this image. Okay, so the vascular bundle in the stem is pale, so it turns darkish or darkish brown. Okay, so here a brown streak is present in the vascular tissue for several centimeters above and below the scar where the leaf or the leaves have fallen. So here in image A, okay, if you cut this stem, let's assume you cut here and you cut here and you split open, okay, you are going to see uh, the brown layer which is found in the vascular tissue. Okay, you find the brown streak like you see in image A here. Okay, like you see over here. Okay, so like this yellow leaf in image B, okay, if you remove this yellow leaf and you cut this stem and you split open, okay, if you notice the brown streak, it means that this particular plant has been affected by the vascular disease, okay? It has been affected by the vascular disease. And that is one thing you should know, okay? So spread of the fungus is by spores released from the sporophores at night and blown by the wind. So usually the sporophores, the fungus is blown, okay, during the night, and then the fungus spread on other plants, or other trees and then infect them. Okay, so in this image, this plants have been affected by the vascular disease. Okay, however, the sporophores, for the sporophores to develop, okay, the leaf fall has to occur during wet season. Okay, and the fact that the sporophores do not last long means that the rate of spread of the disease is relatively low. Okay, so we make mention that the sporophores spread during the night when the wind blows. Okay, however, if the condition on the farm is not very wet or it's not very humid, it means that vascular wilt will not really thrive very well on the farm. So if you have done enough pruning on your farm, you have controlled the shade trees, you don't have stagnant waters in the farm, it means that this particular disease is not going to do well on your farm. Okay, that is why it's not very good to grow cacao in water-logging areas or heavy clay soils. Yeah, because if the soil does not have good drainage, vascular wilt disease is going to kill all the trees on the farm. Okay, all right. So it seems likely that the spores infect young unhardened leaves. Okay, possibly about the veins, and after 3 to 5 months. So symptoms occur on the leaves. That by now are some distance behind the shoot. Okay, so usually the attack comes on the leaves that are not really fully mature. Okay, let's assume that this is the shoot. Okay, so the leaf here usually that is the leaves that are more susceptible to the attack of the vascular wilt disease. Okay, so they don't usually attack very mature leaves, but they attack the immature leaves. Okay, now let's talk about the impact of the disease. Okay, this is very destructive disease, especially on seedlings. Okay, especially on seedlings within the first year of planting in the field. Okay, so at this time, the stems are susceptible, okay, to infection by the fungus, leading to the death of the plant. So vascular wilt disease attacks most of the time uh, trees that are between 1 to 2 years old. Okay, from seedling stage all the way to about 2-year-old trees. Okay, vascular wilt disease, it's not much of a problem in very grown-up trees, like 5-year-old bark. It's not so much of a problem, but it's more of a problem in nurseries and then in farms that are very young. 1-year-old farm, 2-year-old farms, okay, stand more risk to this particular disease than mature trees. Okay, so there are reports of up to 100% death of seedlings. Okay, so it can be very terrible, especially in nurseries. Okay, on other trees, damage depends on the variety and how susceptible it is to disease, with only rare resistance to death. Okay, so usually on older trees, it's not so much of a problem. But on younger trees, it can be a very big problem. Okay, now let's look at the inspection, detection and inspection. Okay, so look for the presence of yellow leaf. Okay, look for the presence of yellow leaves, often in the middle of the branch, often in the middle of the branch. Okay, next is also look for the development of buds and look for soft lenticels. So I was talking about lenticel. This is the lenticels I'm talking about. Okay, so when you see buds are beginning to grow on the stem or the lenticels are getting swollen, okay, it should give you an indication of the presence of the vascular disease, okay, of the vascular disease. Okay, so like I said, the lenticels are the thin openings in the stem for the exchange of gas between the tree and the environment. So it's like the nose of the tree, as I mentioned earlier. Okay, now in this photo, you can see in this spot, okay, there was a leaf here, and then the leaf fell. Okay, so when the leaf falls, when you cut the surface of the area where the leaf has fallen, you are going to see these three brown or dark spots. So when you see this, it gives you an indication of the presence of vascular disease. Okay, so look at the leaf scar, remove the surface layer, and then look for the three colored vascular tissues. Okay, and on others, look for white spore producing areas. White spore producing areas. Now let's talk about management. Okay, the first thing is to quarantine. So cacao seedlings should not be sent from infested to healthy areas, okay, within the same country. Okay, plants should undergo quarantine for 3 months before planting in the field. Okay, let me say that those of you who are going to buy seedlings from one region to the other, or from one location to the other, you always need to ask the nursery owner, okay, is there any incidence of vascular on your farm? Or you have to visit yourself, inspect the farm, or ask the manager of the nursery to send you photos of the seedlings, the farm, so that you can see if there are the presence of the disease there or not. Okay, then ideally it's recommended when you buy seedlings, don't take them straight away to your farm. Okay, so you should keep them in a confined area like you see here. Okay, keep them here for about 3 months. Okay, if there's any incidence of disease in them, it will begin to show up. Okay, and then you could separate the disease seedlings from the healthy ones before you plant them in your field. If you don't do it that way, you are going to take disease all the way to your farm, and it's going to be a big problem. Okay, so also ask the nursery manager if there are incidences VSD, the vascular streak disease, on their farms or not. Okay, cultural control. Okay, pruning has been tried to reduce the level of disease in plantations. Okay, and top disease spread, but it's usually only effective in on varieties with some resistance. Okay, so if you notice that the upper part of the tree has been infected, just cut it off completely. Cut the prune off the infected part of the tree. Okay, you have to prune off. the infected part of the tree. Okay, now let's look at resistant varieties. Resistant varieties. Excuse me. Okay, so many hybrids are available from breeding programs, so that now the disease is of little importance if hybrid varieties are used. Okay, most hybrid varieties are resistant to this disease. Okay, so please, you have to make use of hybrids on your farm when you want to plant. Okay, so I'm going to take you through some of the hybrid varieties here in the Philippines. Okay, now let's talk about chemical control. Now let me say that I will later give you some of the hybrids. Okay, I will later do that. Okay, so bear with me now. Later on, I'm going to go through the disease-resistant varieties here in the Philippines. Now let's look at chemical control. Okay, protectant fungicides are ineffective, and some of the systemic products damage cacao. Okay, according to research. Okay, so in any case, fungicides are likely to be uneconomic. Okay, especially for smallholders, especially for smallholders. But let me say that if ever, okay, it becomes a very serious problem on your farm, okay, then you could use fungicide. But if it is not a very serious problem on your farm, I recommend that first use cultural control measures, okay? Start with cultural control measures by controlling the seed freeze, by cutting off disease part of the plant. If the whole plant has been affected by the disease, remove the whole plant, okay? And burn it, okay? Remove the whole plant and burn it, okay? So you have to first use uh, cultural control measures first, and then before you can use chemical control measures. If the cultural control measure does not solve the problem completely. Now disease number 3, we'll talk about the black pot or the black pot rot. Okay. Now let's talk about distribution. Okay, black pot rot is a problem in most countries. Okay, usually uh, the host has been breadfruit, okay, breadfruit, coconut, papaya, and many other fruits, okay, together with a cacao. Okay, here in the Philippines, uh, you have papaya here, you have coconuts here, and then you have, I'm not sure, breadfruit, but it might be the same like the jackfruit. Okay, and I think pot borers also attack jackfruit, right? I think so. I have seen some infected jackfruit with fruit borers. Okay, all right. So let's talk about the life cycle and then the symptoms. Okay, let's talk about the life cycle and then the symptoms. Okay. Okay. So Phytophthora infect pods. okay, of any age. This is one thing you should understand, okay, of any age from the time they are small, which they are called the cherries, okay, to the time they are yellow and mature. So pot rot, I mean, in any stage can affect the pods. So infected pods, at first they look brown, okay? At first they look brown and then they become black and then they die and stay on the tree. Okay, back on our farm, we have seen uh, pot rot or black pods. Okay, and usually, uh, immediately we see the pot, usually the rot will begin at the base. Okay, most of the time, half of the pot will begin to turn brown like that. Okay, and then so when you notice this, you just have to remove that pot from the tree right away. Okay, so pots are destroyed in 10 days or less, depending on the size. So like you can see in this photo here, okay, so uh, the browning begins at the base and then it goes up to the entire pot. Okay, but one thing you should note here is that, okay, the spores are produced, okay, are produced on the pot, and then they are spread in the wind, okay. When there is heavy rain or heavy dew, okay, to the nearby plantation. So the issue is, let's assume that this first pot here is affected, and you don't remove this pot. Okay, when it rains, okay, the spores will be washed onto the other pots that are below. Okay, and in this case, the entire root in that area will be affected by this particular disease. Okay, by the black pot disease. So if the spores land on the pot or young leaf, okay, and it is wet, okay, then the spores will begin to germinate. And when it begins to germinate, that is when the pod begin to turn brown. Okay, that is where it begins to turn brown. So it's usually ideal when you notice that one pod, either mature or immature, is turning yellow, especially beginning at the tip. Okay, just remove it completely. Remove it and bury it somewhere, because it's a sign that the the black fungi is beginning to attack, okay, the pods. Okay, so like you can see in this image, uh, I'm sure that this particular farmer did not pay attention. So this pod was affected first, and then he did not remove it. He did not pick the pod. So this one also got affected. And then this one got affected, and this one got affected. And then now this one is also getting affected. Okay, so a particular inspection, a regular inspection of the farm is important, okay? If you want to keep this kind of disease under control, you really need to keep your eye on the farm. So there are two ways of germinating, talking about the spores from the black pot disease. So in warmer conditions, the spores germinate like a seed and infect the leaf, infect the pod or leaf, okay? And number two, the spores produce about, 20 smaller spores, and these are called zoospores, which burst out and swim, okay, short distances over the pod. or the leaf surface and then germinate and infect. Okay, so this is what happens when conditions are warm. Okay, the spores. So the spores is like the seed of the disease. Okay, the seed of the phytophthora. Okay, so they germinate like a seed in warmer conditions, and then when they germinate, okay, they will swim. For example, the spore is here, and then it's germinate. So it will swim, okay, to the other side. And then during the germination, it produces zoospores, and the smaller spores. So these smaller spores will swim to the other part of the pot, and they begin to germinate. And then when they germinate, they swim again, okay, until the entire colony of pods are all infected. Okay, so in both cases, okay, the water mold kills the cells. Okay, so on pods, a brown circular spore is produced, which expands quickly. Okay, so what that means here is this, like you can see in this image, okay, it begins with just a small spot, a small brown spot, and then the small brown spot will grow and expand to all the parts of the pot. Okay, if it happens to the leaf, this is something you are going to see on the leaf. Okay, so young leaves, infection often start at the tip, okay, and follow the veins, which turn brown, okay, and then infection of the stems of water shoots causes the leaf to wilt. So unlike the vascular wilt disease, okay, this one attacks the tip, okay, the freshest leaves, okay. The vascular disease does not attack from here, it attacks from here, the leaves here. And then the pod rot disease attack from here, okay, and then it attacks the veins in the leaves. So you will notice the veins in the leaves are turning brown. Okay, so as you inspect the farm, if you notice that any of the leaves, okay, especially the tip leaves, okay, are turning brown, and then especially the veins in the leaf are turning brown, it gives you an idea or a clue that the pod rot disease incidence is on the farm. You might not see, let's assume that like 1-year-old trees or like 2-year-old trees where you have just few pods or even no pods, okay? So you might not see any pod getting rotten, but you will notice that the tip of some trees, some young trees, you have the veins of the tree, of the leaves getting or turning brown. Okay, that should give you an idea that there is a pod rot incidence on the farm. Okay, and any moment the pods are going to show up, the pods are going to be developed on the trees, this fungi is going to attack the pods. Okay, so let's continue. So the water mold invades the trunk and branches, causing the canker. So this happens when the fungus in a pod or the flowers grow back, okay, into the tree. So one thing you have to realize is that this disease does not only just attack the pod, okay? So when the pods are attacked, the disease, the mold or the black pot fungus will begin to grow into the stem. Like you can see in this particular image, okay? This is pot here is black. As you can see, most of the time, if you're going to scrape off, if you're going to scrape off the skin or the back of this particular of the tree, you are going to notice this thing here. The brown, reddish brown infection of the fungus. That is why you don't have to allow the whole pot to turn black before you remove it from the tree. Because if you allow it to get black, it means that the entire tree is also going to be infected. Okay, so immediately you see the brown color on the pot, you have to remove the pot. Okay, from the outside, the branch look healthy, okay, at first, but later cracks appear and the infected area may be slightly sunken. So for example, if you look at this tree here, okay, it looks normal, okay, or even here, it looks normal. But if you scrape off the back of this tree here, you will see that it is not normal because you are going to see the same color here over here. Okay, so the fungus has attacked it already. Okay, so when the bark is removed, okay, the red color of the canker is seen. Okay, so trees can be killed by the canker. Okay, if the trunk is infected. But more often, the water mold causes the branch to die back. Okay, so if you see a whole branch dying, okay, especially branch with this kind of pot on them, okay, that is a sign of black pot disease. Okay, and black pot disease can kill the whole tree, starting from one branch. If it is not controlled, it can kill the whole tree. Okay, so white areas containing the spores form on the pods. And then spores are also produced on the leaves, but they are less obvious. Okay, so what we are saying here is that, okay, you also see some white areas, okay, white areas containing the spores, okay, on the tree. Usually the spores look white in nature, okay? So spores on pods and leaves, usually they are splashed by the rain when it rains to the ground, okay? And then they also fall to the ground, and then they remain in the soil or on the leaf on the soil. So what it is, it's really like this. Let's assume that, not even assumption, like this photo here, okay? This has been affected by a black spot disease, okay? So if it rains, the spores will be washed from this pot to the ground here, okay? Which means that this ground area has also been affected or has been infected, okay, by the spots from the disease, okay. That is why it is usually recommended that you have to train your trees not to form canopy which is very close to the soil surface. Okay, don't let the trees form canopy because let's assume that if you have branches here and branches here, and then there are pots here, it means that when the water hits the soil, the water is going to splash on the pots around this area. Okay, and since the soil here has the spores of the black pot, It means that all pods that are very close to the surface of the soil, they have the tendency to be affected by the black pod disease. So you have to train your trees to the extent that the first canopy should be between 1 meter to 1.5 meters above the ground level. Okay, you have to train the trees to grow that way. Okay, heavy rain splash the spores from the soil up to 1.5 meters above the ground, infecting pores on the trunk. Okay, so pores that are around this area have more tendency to be affected by black pod disease. So if you have the branches of your tree just in, it means that the whole tree can be affected by the black pod disease. Okay. So apart from wind and rain, okay, spread can also occur in other ways. Okay. The water mold in the canker grows back into the pod via the stalk. So ants build tents of soil containing spores, okay, over mealybug colonies, as you can see in this photo here. Okay. So another way by which this disease spread is that when ants pick soil, okay, from the ground and then try to make their house around the pot, okay, they are also going to transmit the disease from the ground to the pot. Okay, so that is one way. Okay, they may also spread the spores from infected pots to healthy pots by walking between the pots. Okay, so as ants get the disease from the soil and they walk from one pot to the other, there is also the tendency that this particular disease will be spread among the pots. Okay, another is the flying beetles that breed in the pot also move the spores to healthy pots. Okay, all right, so these are minor cases or minor ways by which the disease is spread from one pot to the other through the activity of ants and through the activity of beetles. Okay. Also, rats moving through the plantation can also transfer the water mold by chewing first the infected, chewing first on infected and then healthy pods. Okay, possibly bats do the same. So rats and bats can also be potential vectors. Okay, vectors transferring the disease from one tree to the other. So on pruning tools used to cut off pods or water shoot. Okay, so what I'm saying here is that when you prune the trees, you have to clean them with disinfectant. Okay, after cutting an infected tree, make sure you clean the cutting saw or whatever you are using with some disinfectant with alcohol or something. Okay, next, on leaflets of the shade trees, example Leucaena, okay, which are susceptible to infection, okay, and produce spores that fall on the ground. Okay, there are some shade trees which are also susceptible to the infection of the black pod. An example is Leucaena. Okay, so that can also cause spread of the disease. Now let's look at the impact of the disease. Let's look at the impact of the disease. Okay, black pod is a major disease in most cacao growing areas. okay? And then it causes about 20 to 30% of the pods, okay? And 10% of the tree canker, okay? So black pod can cause a loss in yield from around 20 to 30%. And it can cause death in trees, okay? About 10% of the trees could be killed as a result of this particular Phytophthora disease, okay? So the number, the number destroyed depends on rainfall, variety, and management of the trees, okay? So the extent to which your farm can be affected really depends on the management that you use on the farm. And it also depends on the rainfall condition on your farm. Now let's talk about inspection, detection and inspection. Okay, the water mold is obvious on pods. Okay, as brown rapidly are growing spores. So cankers are less obvious. Sometimes they dry out, okay, become sunken, and there are splits between dead and healthy tissue. And then there may be red ooze at the margin of the canker. So usually it's easy to detect the presence of this disease on the pod because you see them turning brown. However, the canker or the death of the tree is usually not obvious, okay? Because it occurs below the skin or the bark of the tree, okay? And then one way to detect is to check. Usually, the infected areas are sunken surfaces. And sometimes you can see some ooze, red ooze coming out from the tree, like a gum coming out from the tree, okay? And that is one sign. Another sign is you are going to see some cracks on the tree, okay? And that will give you a sign that it's been infected with this disease. So it is not certain that Phytophthora is the cause of the black pod, okay? Not all the time, okay? Take a piece of the pod, cut it open, cut a hole in a healthy pod and place it in the hole. So put the pod in the plastic bag and look for rapid growing of brown spots and a white area at the margin when the spores form. So what we are saying here is that it's not every pod that turns black on the farm is an indication of black pod disease. So to diagnose, okay, you can take the pod which is brown, okay, and then you create a hole, okay, in a healthy pod, and then put the two in a plastic bag, okay, and tie it together, tie the tip, okay, and leave it there for about a week. If that is Phytophthora or black pod disease, you will notice that the healthy pod is going to be infected quickly. In about 1 week, you will see that the infection has taken place already. And that will give you a clue that this situation is a black pod disease, okay, that is happening on the farm. Now let's look at management. First, cultural control, okay. So good circulation of air, the plantation is important, okay, to dry pods and leaves quickly after rain. Okay, reducing the time when infection can occur. Therefore, do the following. So before planting, okay, use light shade. Okay, use light shade. Usually around 600 trees per hectare if shade trees are planted. Okay, so if you have shade trees on your farm, then make sure to have like 600 trees of cacao per hectare. If it's a monocrop, you can use around 1,000 trees. Okay, all right. If you don't have shade trees and you have it's an intercrop, okay, maybe intercrop with coconut or intercrop with another tree crop, it should also be 600 trees per hectare. Okay, so plant cacao in about 3 meters apart. Choose areas that have good drainage. Avoid areas with heavy clay soils, okay, where the surface water remains for some time before it drains. Okay, so I mentioned this earlier. The cacao does not do well in heavy clay soils. Okay, and then it gets more susceptible to disease and pests because clay soils do not have good drainage system. Okay, so if planting on hillside, you have to choose sites with morning sun to dry the leaf rapidly. Okay, if the leaves on the cacao tree do not dry rapidly, then you are going to have a big problem with this particular disease. Okay, if the trees are always overshadowed more the time and the surface and the leaf are wet most of the time, then you are going to have a big problem with this black pod disease. Okay, now you have to control shading in your farm. You have to control shading, okay, and you have to control the canopy formation of the farm. Okay, so as you can see in this photo here, okay, you have to do some pruning. Okay, so like you can see, this is before and this is after. Okay, so you have these branches growing here, a canopy forming here. So what you do is you remove all the branches here and all the leaves here. And then you remove all the top branches up there and then the leaves up there so that the sun can go through. The sun can go through the canopy to dry the leaves, okay, to prevent the growth of the fungi, okay. So prone to create an open canopy, so you have to cut out branches close to the fall or the jockey, okay, especially those forming secondary story, and then cut out branches near or touching the ground. Okay, remove water tubes. Okay, so you need to make sure that pruning is done well. Okay, in order to avoid the spread of this disease. Okay. Now harvest corn as soon as they turn yellow, and harvest the beans. Okay, and beans are ready for processing. So like I mentioned earlier, as soon as the pods begin to turn yellow, you have to harvest them. Okay, you have to harvest them. Okay, remove diseased pods as often as possible, at least every month, preferably more often during the main crop season. So as you can see in these photos here, okay, when you harvest your produce, okay, you are going to have pots like this. You are going to have pots like this and pots like that, okay, and pots like this. When you harvest pots like this, don't mix them together with your good pots here. Don't mix them together, because if you mix them together, okay, this infection is also going to affect this infection. Okay, and then when that happens, the whole pile of cacao pods is going to be affected. Okay, after you break the pods and you leave the pods on the farm, that tip of pod become the breeding ground for the disease on your farm. Okay, it becomes the breeding ground for the disease on the farm. So the disease is going to spread rapidly. Okay, so if you have pots like this, okay, you have pots like this. If you break them open and the seeds are okay, remove the seeds and bury the pot. Bury the pot. Don't mix the pot with the other pots, because when that happens, the infection is going to be severe. Okay, it's going to multiply on your farm. Okay, that's one thing you should note. It's going to multiply on your farm. Okay, so control rats using warfarin or brodifacoum baits. Okay, so use 25 to 30 blocks per hectare, each with about 0.5 warfarin in wheat or maize grain, each and enough paraffin wax to keep the grain together. So you have to control rats on the farm. Okay, you can use the rat trap, or you can use some poison to kill the rats on the farm. So whichever way you use, you have to control rats, because rats will destroy your pots, and they also transmit the fungi from one tree to the other by feeding from one pot to the other pot. Okay, so after harvest, do not leave the shells of the pot, okay, in the plantation after harvesting. After harvesting them, remove the beans, okay? To remove, let me put it again. Do not leave the shells of the pots on the plantation, okay? After harvesting. Why? Because they will become infected and produce spores, okay, for the wind, and then rain and insects will carry these spores to other areas on the farm, okay? All right, so don't leave the pots on the farm. You have to keep the pot somewhere outside the farm. Actually, this is not here this is not done here in the Philippines, but these pots could be used for making soap. Okay, it could be used for making soap, and it could also be turned into fertilizer. Okay, it could also be turned into animal feed. Okay, so you can really make very good use of the pot from your farm. Okay, in the future, we are going to have a training on cacao livelihood training, whereby we are going to teach how to convert your pot into soap, organic soap, or convert it into fertilizer, or convert it into animal feed. Okay, we will do a training on that maybe when our COVID is over, so that we can demonstrate for you to see. Actually, in West Africa, there are farmers who export soap made from cacao. There was one study conducted that compared the soap made from cacao to the soap made, the commercial soap made. And then the results revealed that the soap made from cacao is more than 70% better and healthier for the skin, more than the soap, the commercial soap made out there. All right, so you could really build a whole industry by building a business around cacao pots. I know most farmers do not use the cacao pots, and you can just get their pots just for a little amount of money and build a whole business from cacao, just cacao pots. Okay, So we'll cover that later in another training. Okay, so take the pod from the plantation after you remove the beans and then bury or burn them. If you are not going to use them, then you have to bury them or you burn them. Okay, so you should take note of that. Yeah, but usually, let me say that if you have a lot of pods, if you are very careful and then you select the infected pods from the healthy pods, then probably you just have to bury the infected pods. It might not be necessary to bury the entire pods, but it will be necessary to bury the infected pods. So segregation is very important during harvesting. Okay, make sure you segregate healthy pod from diseased pods. So that at the end of the day, you can, after breaking and removing the seeds, you can bury the diseased pods. Okay, now let's talk about resistant varieties. Okay, so Aberonado is more resistant than most varieties. Okay, it's resistant high yielding varieties. Okay, have been bred for resistance against the cacao disease, this particular disease. Okay, in the second presentation, I'm going to cover the varieties here in the Philippines. Okay, some of these varieties here in the Philippines are resistant to this disease. And we'll cover them in the afternoon. Okay, so bear with me for now. If I don't go into detail over here, okay. How about chemical control? Okay, so copper sprays are useful. Okay, if applied regularly, like every 2 weeks. Okay, on the pod, especially during the main crop. Okay, so trunk injection using phosphorus acid, okay, as potassium phosphate has also been proved effective. Okay, so those particular spots that have been areas that have been affected by the diseases, uh, you can inject them with potassium phosphate. Okay, they are applied with a purpose. Okay, a purpose made range once or twice a year, depending on depending if there is a low or high disease. Okay, so now let's go to the fourth disease, and this is a pest, not disease. Okay, we have cacao mirrets. Cacao mirrets distribution. Okay, usually found in Southeast Asia, in areas from 1,000 from sea level to 1,000 meters. Okay, so the host, usually the host is this cacao and tea. Okay, and then it could also affect fig trees. All right, so I think here in the Philippines, our focus is just the cacao. Okay, tea, it might not be very common, and fig trees might not be very common. Now let's look at the symptom and life cycle of this pest. Okay, so Merit's adult and names suck the sap from cacao pods. Okay, producing about 3 millimeters diameter spores, which are brown at first and then black. Okay, so as you can see in this image, okay, the mirrors will begin to suck the sap or the water from the pot. Okay, after the activity, the pot will look like this one. So you see all these black spots on the pot. Okay, so young pods, which are the tails, less than 10 centimeters long, are destroyed. Okay, they could be destroyed completely. They could be destroyed completely. Okay, and sometimes they are deformed. Okay, the shape is destroyed completely. Okay, Merits also feed on young shoots. Okay, and branches. They feed on the young shoots branches. Okay, and then they cause the branches to die. Okay, that's one thing you should note. So the damage done by merits uh, is thought to be mechanical destruction of the cells around the stylet or feeding tubes. Okay, so the loss of the cell sap as well as damage caused by chemicals in the saliva injected as the merit feed. Okay, so as you see in this photo here, okay, so the merit, okay, the merit, what they do is they suck the sap from the pot, the young pods, and even the mature pot. And as they suck, they inject some poison into the pot or into the cereals. And when this happens, okay, this black spot will begin to develop. Okay, and then when a black spot develop, it destroys the entire pot. It disrupts the whole process. Okay, so usually eggs of the merits are laid beneath the outer layers of the cacao pod and sometimes on young shoots. So you can see over here, or you visit your farm, you check this area, okay? Check this area because this is where the eggs of this particular insect are laid. Okay, they are laid here. The eggs are laid over here. Okay, you have to inspect. Okay, they hatch within 7 days. Okay, within 7 days, about 7 days to 14 days. Uh, Let me say that when we say merit, we are talking about two particular kind of insects. Okay, okay. The first one is the Helopeltis. I will show you the photo, and then the next is the Pseudodoniella. Okay, for the Helopeltis, okay, they hatch within 7 days. And then for the Pseudodoniella, it hatches within 14 days. Okay. And then the molting, it molts 6 times before becoming an adult. Like I mentioned earlier, molting has to do with the removal of the skin of the insect. Okay, it happens in every insect and most reptiles, like the snake. And sometimes as you walk on the farm, you see the skin of the snake is removed. That is called molting. Okay. So, however, there are differences between the two. Talking about the Helopeltis and then the Pseudodoniella. Okay. So the Helopeltis lives longer for about 40 days. Okay, whereas the Pseudodoniella lives for about 10 days. Okay, and the Helopeltis has a wide host range. It feeds on so many other plants compared to the second one, whereas the Pseudodoniella is narrow compared to the feeding behavior. Okay, so as you can see here, we have two photos here. Okay, so we have the helopeltis and then pseudodoniella. Okay, this has a bigger body and this has a slender body. Okay, so the body shapes differ. Okay, so the pseudodoniella species, they are about 8 millimeters long. Okay, and then 4 millimeters wide, and then they have a swelling body or a hump, okay, on top of the thorax. Okay, so over here it is a little swelling. Okay, it is a little swelling. Okay. In contrast, the helopeltis is slender. Okay, the helopeltis is slender or it's slim. Okay, with the antennae longer. Okay, the antennae is longer, okay, than the body. Okay, and a diagnostic spin on the back, okay, between the thorax and then the abdomen. Okay, so this is the helopeltis. Okay, now let's look at the impact of this disease. So direct damage is done when mirrors feed on young and mature pods and shoots, okay? And indirectly, this cause fungi infection. This cause fungi infection to the wounds which have been caused by these mirrors, okay? So the feeding behavior of the mirrors pre-expose or dispose the pods to the infection by fungi, okay? So let's look at inspection and detection. So what you have to look for, okay, so look for the humps on the thorax of the pseudodoniella, okay, which is very unusual characteristic of this bag. By contrast, the helopeltis is slender and characterized by its common name, mosquito bag, okay? So it looks like a mosquito. So look for the bag feeding on the cacao, okay, with long slender mouth part, which leave black spots on the pod, especially on the young ones, and cause dieback, okay, by their feeding on the shoot. Okay, so if you are watching, if you are looking for them or you are inspecting, you should look for the hump on the thorax, and then look for how slender the pest is. If you want to differentiate between the two types of mirrors. And then if you want to find the activity of the pot, okay, you look for the black spot on the pot, okay? And then these black spots will begin to uh, uh, expose the pot to the infection of fungi. So it begins to grow, the black spots will begin to get bigger and bigger. But usually you find so many black spots on the pot. Now management, natural enemies. There are many predators that feed on this particular merit, okay? And these example are these red ants, okay? These red ants, they are known to be effective in controlling these these merits, okay? So if you have these red ants on your tree, they are not always disadvantageous because the activity, their feeding behavior can also destroy the presence of merits on your farm. Okay, control management. Now let's look at cultural control. So Leucaena is commonly used as a shade tree in cacao, but it should be avoided in areas where merit is a problem. Okay, it is an alternative host for merit. So Leucaena is an alternative host for merit. So if you notice that in a particular region merits are a problem, then don't use Leucaena as a shade tree on the farm. Okay, using coconut as shade tree has the benefit for providing nesting site for certain ants, which may be predators to merit. Okay, so coconuts are also um, good intercrop, especially when you have merits on your farm. Okay, now let's talk about chemical control. So pesticides are not recommended. No, pesticides now recommended are these, okay? We have the imidacloprid, okay? And then we have the pyrethroid, and then we have bifenthrin. Okay, these are chemical components of uh, chemical component contained in insecticide. Okay, the brand names usually on the farm will be different. Okay, however, you could, when you read on it, you find this chemical constituent, okay, in them, which are good in controlling merits. So as merits are usually clumped in the plantation, spraying is concentrated on these spots, okay, rather than a blank spray throughout. Okay, so usually in controlling merits, it's not ideal to spray the whole farm if your goal is to control the merit. So you can just focus on particular pots which has the merits on them. Okay, and then you do selective spraying on fruits which has merits on them. Okay, so usually 4 sprays are applied per year, but with systemic product, this may be reduced to 2. Okay, so with systemic insecticide, 4 spraying is not recommended, just 2 are recommended. Okay, so you have to read on the pesticide you are using to make sure it is systemic or not systemic. Okay, when we say systemic, we are talking about it has long effect. Okay, long effect. Okay, on the pot or on the trees, and the non-systemic has short effect. Okay, all right. The next one is cacao pod borer. Number 5 is cacao pod borer. Okay, prevention. Okay, select and use only pod borer free seedlings. Okay, all right. So when you are choosing seedlings, make sure that the seedlings are free from pod borers. Okay, alternative hosts should be removed, okay, from the farm, and should uh, the farm and surrounding field says they act as harboring site for stem borers. Okay, so usually stem borers attack durian, and they also attack uh, rambutan. So growing the two together on the same farm makes controlling stem borers difficult. Okay, so just take note of this. Now prevention. If planting cacao, in planting cacao, consider using non-host for fruits and shade trees. Okay, and then uproot and completely destroy damaged trees, which serves as their poison site. Okay, so what that means here is this. uh, if you want to prevent, okay, then make sure that any other tree on the farm which is susceptible to cacao pod borer infection is destroyed, okay, if necessary. Okay, if a part of the branch is infected, just cut it off completely and burn it. If the entire plant has been infected, then cut it and then destroy it. Okay, and then when you are choosing a site for cacao production, find out if there are incidences of pod borer in the area or not. Okay, if you are aware of the incidences of pod borers, then you have to advise yourself on what to do. Okay, it means that your intercrops should not be plants that are also susceptible to this particular pest. Okay, and your shade trees are not also susceptible to this particular pest. Now let's talk about monitoring. Monitoring should be carried out, okay, throughout the farm, like 2 to 3 times per month. Okay, so inspect trees for the entry holes, okay, and check for frost at the base of the tree or gum oozing out of the boreholes. Okay, also look for discoloration of stems and shoots. So usually the activity of stem borers will leave something like this on the trees, okay, or below the tree. When you notice this kind of thing, it means that stem borers are on the tree already, okay? So if in doubt, plants showing discoloration should be cut open to observe a white larva, okay? So if you are not sure as to whether a particular plant dying is because of pod borer or not, just cut the plant and split open, okay? If it is stem borer, you are going to see the larvae like this one, okay, inside the stem, okay? You are going to see it, okay, inside it with brown hair, like you can see over here, okay? When any boreholes are observed, carry out control measure. So when you observe holes in the stems, it means that you have to check for other stems which are showing symptoms or sign of infection, remove them and burn all those stems. Because the issue is that the larvae is in the stem. If you don't burn and you just dispose them somewhere, they are going to breed and they are going to come back to the farm. Now let's talk about direct control. Okay, so plug boreholes with a stick, okay, to stop the adult from emerging. Okay, so what you can do is that if you find, especially for very big trees, you find a hole, you just cut a stick, just sharpen the edge, and then insert it into the hole, okay, which has been created by the stem borers, so that the adult cannot come out. It will just die inside, okay? So heavily infected with 4 to 5 whole branches should be removed and burned, okay? So trees with larger infestation should be copied. They should be cut off, okay? Pruned completely if the entire tree is infected, okay? So if the infestation is low in the stem, the tree should be cut. If the hole extends into the root, then you have to remove the entire root too. So what we are saying here is that, okay, if let's assume that this is the ground level, if the infestation is up to here, okay, then you have to really cut there. below the infestation. Okay, if the infestation goes inside the root, then you have to uproot the whole tree and get it burned. Okay, all right. So chemical pesticides are not recommended. Okay, for the management of this particular disease, this particular insect pest. So just cut off branches at 40 centimeters below, okay, below the lowest larvae hole. Okay, these branches should be destroyed. So like you see here, uh, the infection is here. So it means that you cut over here, ensuring that this side has no hole. Okay, this side has no hole. Okay, after pruning of the infected tree, big branches, especially those with stem boring holes, okay, should be burned. They should be burned completely. Okay, so this is what I was talking about a while ago. So if you notice a hole in the stem, okay, you put a stem, just sharpen it and insert it into the hole. Okay, inserting it, you could kill the larvae inside, okay, and then preventing the larvae from coming out, okay, because when it gets out, it's going to breed again, okay. And one thing you should also do is that, okay, the hole can be covered or plugged with mud or wood to prevent the larvae from coming out, so that it cannot feed and hatch, okay, and it cannot breathe as well. So you can put soil, mud into the hole, or you can just put a stick inside it, okay. Another thing is poking the larvae with a piece of wire or squirting some soap solution in the exit hole. After a while, the larvae will emerge, okay, from the hole, probably driven out by the unpleasant soap perfume. Catch it and kill it. So like you can see, you can use a syringe like this. Okay, you prepare some soap solution and then you inject it into the hole. When you inject it, the larvae is going to come out and then you kill the larvae. Okay, so these are practical ways you can control. Now let's talk about insect sap suckers. Insect sap suckers. Okay, so the cause is thrips and aphids. Okay, control with chemicals and shade management. Okay, target spraying to infected plants only. Okay, so thrips have natural enemies such as pirate bugs. Okay, thrips have natural enemies such as pirate bugs. Okay, so watch out for them and avoid spraying them. Okay, so this is the image. Okay, so we have thrips and aphids. Okay, the two images here. Okay, so this brings us to the end of our first presentation. Okay, so I'm going to leave the floor open for questions. Okay, every question you have, I'm going to leave the floor open. Okay, so every question you have, please use the Q&A. Use the Q&A. Okay, so I will share my screen again so that you can see the Q&A. Okay, so this is the Q&A. Okay, somebody is asking, is the webinar being recorded? Yes, it's being recorded. Okay, Ma'am Brenda is asking, just asking if you provide us with recorded video presentation. Yes, I'll provide you with a recorded information, okay? And then, Ma'am Brenda again, what is the impact of applying chicken manure on major cacao disease? What is the impact of applying chicken manure? Okay. Usually, it has been documented that applying wet chicken manure from the farm can be a host for some diseases and pests on the farm. Okay, so chicken manure is only recommended after it is dried. Okay, after it is dried for some days, then it could be used on the farm. But don't get the raw chicken manure right from the farm, right from the poultry farm, and then right into the cacao farm. It's been recorded that it could have some adverse effect because it might contain some disease and pests. Okay, so it should be well dried, sun dried very well. Okay, before it is used on the farm. However, let me say that chicken manure has really very high levels of nitrogen. So in my country, chicken manure is sold commercially. Okay, it is sold commercially, and most farmers prefer to use chicken manure on the farm instead of commercial fertilizers. Okay, so it is well processed, dried and processed, and then it is sold. Okay, Ma'am Brenda is asking again, is fruit bagging effective control for pot borers? When, how, when, times, okay? Fruit bagging, it could be a good, it is, so far as the Philippines is concerned. It has been an effective way of controlling pot borers, okay? Because it prevents the pot borers from having direct access to direct access on the pots. Okay. However, in your farm, if pot borers is not a big problem, then you don't need to back the pots. Okay. If pot borers are a big problem, then you need to back them. For example, in my country, we don't put bags on or plastic bags on the pot because pot borers is not an issue in my country. However, over here in the Philippine farms, it's really a big issue. Okay, so it depends on the farm and the region. In some regions, I have seen some farms that have no bag at all, and then the pots are healthy. Okay, so on your farm, if you have that particular problem, please use the bags. Okay, use the bags, and it should begin when the cherries begin to grow. Maybe about when the cherries maybe about 1 month after the cherries appear, okay, you can put the bags, okay, because the pot borers, they even attack the cherries, okay, they even attack the cherries, okay, okay, all right, so that is that. Okay, the next question is foliar fertilizer application during flowering, is foliar fertilizer application applicable during flowering in cacao? Okay. Usually it is recommended to do application before flowering. So right at the beginning of the raining season, okay. But the problem here is that uh, flowering begins at the onset of the raining season, okay. So if you do spraying, if you do foliar application, and then it rains the same day or it rains the next day, it means that all the fertilizer you have applied is going to be washed away. Okay, so application should be done before flowering. Okay, and then if you are going to apply, please, you have to observe the weather, that it's not going to rain. At least within the next 2 to 3 days it will not rain. Okay, in that case, you are going to benefit from the foliar application. Okay, so most fertilizer application for effective result, it should be done, okay, before flowering at the onset of the raining season. Okay, okay, with fertilizer application and how often, in the afternoon, I'm going to, it is part of the presentation for this afternoon. So I'm going to cover that, Ma'am Felicie. I will cover how often and how much you need to apply in the next presentation this afternoon. Okay, so spare me for that, and I'll cover that in the next presentation because it is part of the PowerPoint. Okay, and then somebody said we apply dry chicken manure on the farm. Some parts of the cacao farm were infected with some kind of grubs. Was it because of the chicken manure? Oh, okay, okay. All right, so it depends, okay? There have been reports whereby some farms applied chicken manure and then they had some other problems with the farm, okay? So to properly diagnose whether the farm, that grabs was as a result of the chicken manure, okay, you have to compare it with the other farm. Okay, so if you have that same problem in the other part of the farm, or that problem was found at the area with the chicken manure, okay, and that particular problem, the graphs, was it in all the areas applied with chicken manure? Okay, can you follow up and let me fully answer. Can you please type in again? Okay. Okay, anonymous attendee. Uh, is it that every area which you applied with the chicken manure had the grapes? Okay, our farm is surrounded by sugarcane plantation. You mean the cacao farm is surrounded by sugarcane? You mean the cacao farm surrounded by sugarcane plantation? Okay, so let me say that generally chicken manure, if well dried, okay, and applied on the farm, it should not be harmful compared to the wet chicken manure. However, you have to try it on an area of the farm first. I had some report. Oh, okay. Okay, so You have to first try it on an area of the farm first to make sure that it is safe for your area, because the condition in one farm might not be the same uh, for the other farm. Okay, so first try it, okay, first, but don't use wet manure. Okay, first try it to make sure that it doesn't have adverse effect on the farm, okay? However, generally speaking, dry poultry manure does not have a bad effect on cacao farms, okay? Anonymous attend, I heard some reports that sugarcane plantation is or was infected with grapes. Okay, I'm not sure about sugarcane plantation, but I'm very certain about cacao plantation. I'm very certain about cacao plantation. That dried and processed poultry manure is good for cacao farms. Okay, it's good for cacao farms. If it's well dried and treated, dry it very, very well. Because the issue here is if you dry it very well, all possible insects or pest hiding are going to die. And the heat of the sun is going to kill them. So the tendency of taking some pests to your farm will be reduced. Okay. Okay. So any more questions regarding the presentation today before we end the morning session? Any more questions? Okay, if there are no more questions, we are going to end the morning session, and we are going to take 1 hour break. My time now is 11:15, 11:15 now, according to my time, okay? So at exactly 12:15, we are going to begin the afternoon session with the second report or the second presentation. Okay, would that be okay for everybody? Okay, would that be okay? Okay, so it's 11:15, so 12:15, we are going to begin the afternoon session. Okay, okay. Okay, so I'm still going to leave, I'm going to leave the network still on, so just hang around. You can go and eat. When you come back in 12:15, we just begin the afternoon session. Okay, so if that's okay with you, give me a yes. Give me a yes. Okay. All right, so see you at 12:15 to begin the afternoon session. All right, thank you for cooperating for this morning. All right, thank you. So I'm going to share my screen and then we'll get going. Right, so in the afternoon, we are going to talk about integrated pest management. Okay, integrated pest management. Okay, so let's begin right away. So let me begin by saying that as a farmer, you are to your crops like a medical doctor is to a patient. Okay, I will say that again. As a farmer, you are to your crops as a medical doctor is to a patient or a sick person. Okay, so the health of your crops depends really on you. And you have to be able to monitor, detect, and know what is wrong or what is right with your crops. Okay, so you have to gain so much knowledge regarding pests and diseases in order to be able to detect or diagnose particular conditions on the farm and then take the required procedures to fix that particular issue on your farm. So gaining knowledge on disease and pests is very, very important as much as your production is concerned. Okay, so we are going to look at IPM, Integrated Pest Management, okay, which also includes disease management as well. Okay, so when we say IPM, according to FAO, okay, it means considering available pest and disease techniques, okay, in other measures to discourage the development of pest population while minimizing risk to human health and environment. Okay, so when we say IPM, we are talking about using a holistic approach to fight diseases in the farm. Okay, but when you are using a holistic approach, you are also considering your safety as a farmer. You are also thinking about the safety of your of your neighbors. Maybe you share borders with some other farmers or with your community, and then the safety of the environment. Okay, so you have these things in mind. Okay, holistic approach to pest and disease management, and then you are looking at the safety to your health, and then the safety to the environment. So as you can see in this image, okay, it involves using cultural, using physical, using biological and chemical. Okay, so it has 4 components, and it embraces all these 4 components. Okay, so it tries to mention that each of these components has a particular role to play on the farm, and it has a particular time when it is needed. Okay, so what we are saying here is for farmers, IPM has to do with a combination of cultural, biological, and chemical measures, okay, to manage diseases, insects, weeds, and other pests on the farm. So it has to do with a combination of all the control measures, okay, in appropriate dimension, okay. So it also takes into account all the relevant control tactics and methods that are locally available, okay, evaluating their potential cost effectiveness. So here the emphasis here is on locally available, okay, locally available, and then talking about cost effectiveness. Okay, so let's look at some scenarios. Let's assume that you are living in maybe Quezon province, or you are in Ifugao, okay, and then you want to control disease and pest, okay. So if you want to control disease and pest, Okay, you have to first consider locally available tools for controlling disease and pests. That should be the first thing you should think about. And number two, you have to consider the cost effectiveness in controlling disease and pests. Okay, so maybe you visited your friend and you saw your friend using one particular maybe chemical or something to control weeds on his farm. Okay, that does not directly imply that you are supposed to use the same thing. Okay, so if you decide to use fungicide, you ask yourself how much fungicide are you going to buy? Okay, so if you are going to do 4 or 5 sprays and you are going to spend like 10,000 for every spray, it means that for 4 sprays you are going to spend like 40,000. Okay, so deducting that, taking that into consideration, with other expenses on your farm, do you think that if you use that method, you are going to make profit or you will not make profit? Okay, these are some of the things that smallhold farmers do not put into place or they do not consider when making decisions on their farms. Yeah, because at the end of the day, you should be able to know how much you spend on your farm, and you should know how much you make after selling your produce. And then when that is done, you consider your profit or loss. Yeah. So there was one time I visited one farm somewhere in Kapalong area. I think I talked to 2 farmers who have cacao, and then I asked them how much you spend on your farm every year, and they are not sure how much they spend on their farm. And then how much income you make from the farm, they are also not sure. Okay, so if you are going to run your farm like that, then you are not in a business, okay? But for smallhold farmers, it is encouraged that you have a business mind, which means that whatever you are spending on the farm, you are documenting everything, okay? Every expenditure on the farm, you document. So at the end of the season, you calculate how much you have spent on the farm. And then after you sell your produce, okay, you deduct your expenses from your gross sales. So that at the end of the day, you know that in 1 year you were able to make 10,000 profit, or you make 2,000 profit, or whatever it is. So I'm saying cost effectiveness because you don't just jump into conclusion on anything to control pests and diseases on your farm. Okay, so you have to consider its cost and how much you have to spend to control those diseases. So if there are locally available tools which you can use at a less cost basis, then it's better to consider using locally available tools to control disease and pests on your farm than depending on expensive chemicals, which might not really produce the yield you are looking for. All right, so let's look at an overview of integrated pest management. Okay, so it begins with inspection. Okay, it begins with inspection. So if you really want to be successful with dealing with disease and pests on your farm, okay, then you need to understand it very well. Okay, you need to understand inspection. Okay, earlier this morning I mentioned, okay, that you have to inspect your farm. Okay, like every 7 to 10 days, you have to visit the farm, check what is going on. Or like 2 to 3 times in a month, you have to visit the farm, check what is going on the farm. Okay, if you are not going to do this, you will lose the battle against disease and pests. Okay, if you are that kind of person, maybe you are very busy, you have a 7-day work, and you cannot visit your work, you cannot visit the farm regularly, then you have to put somebody in place, okay? You have to put somebody in charge, train the person on how to identify disease and pests on the farm. And then they will be the one who will visit the farm and inspect what is going on, okay? So after inspection, now the next step is identification. Okay, so you have to gain knowledge about the common symptoms and the common signs of disease and pest attack. For example, you go to the farm and you saw this, that your pots have started rotting at the tip. Okay, the tip is rotting. Right away, by seeing it, you should have an idea what is going on there. Okay, you might not be able to know the exact thing, but you have an idea, an option, and maybe this or that is going on my farm now. Okay, so the knowledge you are gaining through this training will help you to properly identify particular disease conditions on your farm, which is very important. Without proper identification, you will not be able to solve the problem. Okay, it's like I said, you are a you are a doctor to your plant. Okay, like a medical doctor, if you cannot diagnose the right disease of your patient, then your prescription will be wrong. Okay, your prescription will not be able to solve the problem that your patient has. So in the same way, you have to educate yourself enough, okay, through training and seminar and going to your farm to apply the training, okay, so that when you go to your farm and you have particular condition on the farm, you'll be able to know, look, I think this is a black pod, or I think this is a vascular wilt, or maybe I think this is a stem borer, okay? So you'll be able to know exactly what is the problem on your farm. Okay, so when that happens, the next step is exclusion. Okay, exclusion here means that you are going to put measures in place so that that particular plant does not transmit its diseases to the other plants in the field. Okay, so maybe you will need to put some plastic covering around the pot because you have seen it has some brown thing, you are not sure. So you are going to cover it so that it will not, or it does not affect the other plants. Okay, or you are going to remove it. Okay, if it's a black pot, you are going to remove it. If it's a vascular disease, you are going to cut it. So you just exclude it from the rest of the farm. Okay, and then when that happens, okay, now you are going to treat. Okay, so if it's like you need to spray some insecticide, or you need to do some pruning, or you need to cut the shade trees, or you need to apply more water, and so on and so forth. Okay, so after exclusion, what follows is treatment. Okay, so after you treat, then you have to monitor to see if the treatment has been effective or it has not been effective. Okay, so through monitoring, you'll be able to know that by using that particular technique, the disease condition went down or the pest condition was reduced. Okay, so if it was not reduced, it means that now you are going to adopt another approach. Okay, so this is the slogan for IPM. The slogan is kill the pest and save nature. So as a farmer, your goal is to kill the pest and the diseases and save nature. Okay. So if the process of killing the pest destroys nature, then that is not IPM. It is not a good practice. Okay, so you need to abandon that particular kind of practice. Okay. So why is IPM important? Why is IPM important? Okay. I'm sure you are very aware that global population is going up, okay, from 6 billion to 7 billion now. And the numbers keep going up every single day. So what that means is more food is going to be needed, okay? As population goes up, more food will be demanded, okay? So if food need of food is going to go up, then what that means is that farmers, okay, need to increase their yield, okay? Farmers must increase their yield on existing land, okay? So population goes up, and then demand for food goes up, but land size does not increase, okay? And because land size does not increase, it means that on the same piece of land, we should be able to produce more crop to feed the growing population, okay? However, in the quest to produce more crop, if we don't use sustainable practices, then the soil will be destroyed completely. And when the soil is destroyed, what that means is that uh, food will not be produced. Yield is going to decline. And when yield declines, it means that famine and starvation is going to hit the world. Okay? So, as much as we want to increase yield, okay, we have to protect biodiversity by taking good care of the environment. Okay, so your goal is to increase your yield, your cacao yield. But understand that if you don't do that in a sustainable way, your yield, instead of going up, is going to decline significantly. It is going to decline significantly. Okay, so this is why IPM is important. Now let's look at some of the benefits if you use IPM on your farm. What are some of the benefits? Okay, number one, you are going to have improved profitability due to better pest control measures and appropriate use of crop protection procedures. Okay, so if you incorporate IPM, okay, your profit levels are going to go up. Okay, in a sense that your yield is going to increase. So when yields goes up and then you sell your produce, it means that you are going to make more money. Okay, you make more profit. Number two, stable, reliable, quality food. Stable, reliable, quality food. Excuse me. Okay. One concern of the Ministry of Health, okay, is the safety and quality, reliable food. Okay. Uh, the issue here is like this. Most farmers today use a lot of synthetic fertilizers, synthetic chemicals, and so on and so forth on their farm. And then most of these chemicals are systemic chemicals. For that matter, they leave residue in the produce. Okay. Actually, a few years ago, this became a problem in the cacao industry as well. And that is why cacao companies, chocolate companies, are encouraging organic cacao production. And presently, organic cacao has a higher price than inorganic cacao. And now there is also certification, cacao farm certification. Okay, so if you want to sell your produce to a particular chocolate company, they will need to certify you. Okay, which means that they will be aware of what kind of practices you are using in your farm. So we are talking here about stable, reliable, and quality yield. Okay. when you use IPM. Okay, another benefit, decrease severity of pest infestation. So IPM will also help you to severely decrease pest situation. Okay, because one thing about uh, dealing with disease and pest on the farm is that when you use one particular control measure over a period of time, the pests develop resistance against that particular method. For example, if you have been using one particular chemical to control aphids or to control merits on your farm, okay, if you continue to use that same chemical over a very long period, okay, the pest develop some resistance to that particular chemical. So every time you spray, it doesn't seem to kill the plants anymore because the pests have developed some kind of resistance. However, if you incorporate multiple pest control approaches, okay, then you'll be able to have more effective way of dealing with disease and pests on your farm. Okay. Number 4, reduce potential for problems of pest resistance and resurgence. Okay, so this is what I mentioned a while ago. And then number 5, increase consumer confidence in the safety and quality of food and fiber products. Okay, so you have to understand, personally, when I go to the market to buy vegetables, one of my worry is chemicals. One of my worry is really chemical. Yeah, because I don't know where these vegetables are coming from, who planted them, and so on and so forth. Especially with like cucumber, most of the time I don't cook. Okay, I just eat them. With tomato, most of the time we don't cook. We eat like that. So if you are eating fresh tomato and then it has chemicals on them, that is very dangerous. Okay, it might not kill you immediately, but in a later time it will kill you because of residual accumulation of this same chemical in your system. Okay, so by using IPM, we are going to increase consumer confidence. So which other company you are selling your cacao to or your cacao product to is going to build more trust in you, knowing that you are using IPM on your phone. Okay, now let's look at the components of IPM. So the components, we have prevention, and then we have monitoring and intervention. So when we say prevention, okay, we said that you have to prevent the build up of pests. Okay, you have to prevent the build up of pests. So it includes a range of practical strategies that suit local conditions. Okay, so there is an old saying that prevention is better than cure. Okay, that is very true, and that is a principle of IPM. Okay, so you have to do everything you can not to allow disease to come on the farm or not to allow pests to invade your farm. Okay, so you need to understand conditions, you have to select good varieties, and you have to manage the crops. So these are the preventive measures: clearer understanding of pests and diseases, okay, selecting resistant varieties, and then managing the crop very well. Okay, the next component is monitoring. Okay, so monitor crops for both pest and natural control measures. Okay, so you have to monitor crop for both pests and natural control measures or for biological control agent. Okay, so it involves scouting for pests like insect and disease and weeds. Okay, to determine if when and how intervention should occur. Okay. In disease management, there's something called economic threshold. Okay. And usually to deal with massive control of disease and pests, okay, there's a threshold beyond which measures need to be taken. Okay. Let's assume that you went to the farm, a farm with 1,000 trees, and you saw black pod on, let's say, on 10 trees. Okay. So if you see black pod on 10 trees, okay, it is not yet at the threshold. Okay, so it doesn't need massive intervention. It just needs minor intervention, picking the pods and then burying them in an appropriate place. Okay, so when we say monitoring, we are saying that look, you have to inspect the farm. Okay, then identify issues on the farm, and then you have to determine which kind of action needs to be taken. Okay, so monitoring will help you to identify particular issues. Okay, so however, let's say a farm with like 1,000 trees, and then you find like this black pod is on 200 trees. Okay, it means that it's already at the threshold level. Okay, because 200 trees could drastically reduce yield. If you don't take a massive intervention, your yield can drastically go down. Okay, and the spread from 200 trees can affect the whole farm in a short time than what 10 trees could do. Okay, so you have to monitor and determine particular action to take. Okay, so like if you find 200 trees, then it means that you are going to need chemical spraying. But finding 10 trees or 50 trees, you can culturally manage the situation, and you don't really need to get involved in chemical control and so, anything like that. Okay, so the next thing is intervention. Okay, so after you monitor or you inspect the field and you identify the issues on the field, and then you determine the action to take, now you have to get involved in an intervention. Okay, so you intervene when control measures are needed. Okay, so it involves physical, biological, and chemical methods, okay, to preserve the economic value, okay, with minimal effect on the environment. Okay, so your intervention is going to be a holistic approach. It's going to be a holistic approach, both physical, chemical, um, biological, and cultural approaches. Okay, so in this, we are saying that you have to choose which method you are going to use. Okay, you are going to have to choose which method. Okay, and plan the approach. After that, okay, then you have to intervene responsibly. Okay, so depending on the condition on your farm, okay, you choose which particular intervention or which method you are going to use to fight or to combat disease and pest conditions on your farm. Okay, so let's go a little more deeper. Let's talk about prevention. Okay, like I said, there's an old saying that prevention is better than cure. Okay, which is very true. Okay, so many aspects of crop management are designed to prevent initial outbreak of insects, diseases, and weeds. Okay, so what that means is that you have to design your farm in such a way that it will not be conducive for the reproduction of diseases and pests. Okay, so through proper ventilation in the farm, proper pruning, okay, and then proper spacing, and then by providing you are controlling shade trees on the farm, okay, these are some of the management that could prevent disease and pests. But let me also say that when you talk about prevention, it begins from the nursery, okay? So before you even transplant, you have to cross-check and see that there are no issues or diseases in the plants you are bringing to your field. So practical strategies can be combined and optimized for an IPM program. Okay, so let's move on. So the goal is to prevent pest populations for building up to economically damaging levels. Okay, so your goal here is to make sure that, Lord, the population of pests will not increase to the extent that the population could affect the disease condition farm. So as you can see in this image, okay, this is the cacao farm. It doesn't look dark inside. So your farm must not look dark, okay? There should be enough light on the farm. Okay, so if you go to your farm and your farm looks dark, then it means that you are not practicing a good management system. Your cacao farm should have enough sunlight, okay? You should have enough sunlight, it should be bright. When you stand in the farm, you should see bright light. It should not look dark. If it looks dark, then it means that something needs to be done. Okay, you need to control the shade trees, do proper pruning, okay, to ensure proper ventilation, so on and so forth. Okay, so growing crops in locations where they are best suited to climate, soil, and topography provide them with optimal conditions the start, from the start. Okay, so what that means is that in choice of land, in choice of location, okay, to grow cacao, you have to bear in mind, okay, that there are particular type of soils which are not good for cacao production. Earlier, I mentioned heavy clay soil, which are not really good, okay? Clay loam soils can be good, but heavy clay soils are not good because it holds the water. And then when the farm is very damp, it means that uh, the farm is going to promote or enhance the growth of fungi, and then you are going to have a big problem with black pod issues and other diseases on the farm. Okay, so you have to take note of this. Okay, so appropriate land preparation builds on these conditions. Okay, so if you are in an area, maybe you want to plant cacao, you have to find out from other cacao farmers what is the particular problem they are facing in the farm in terms of pests and diseases. Okay, so if like stem borers and pod borers are very, very rampant there, then it will be more recommended to use slash and burn approach. Okay, so that in the process of burning the trash, you are going to burn most of the stem borers and they are accumulated in the soil. So in that case, you can be sure that you reduce the incidence of this particular pest on the farm. Okay, so you have to do a little research about the area, talk to a few farmers who are growing cacao in the area, ask them about the disease condition, the problem they are facing, okay, so that you know exactly what to do on your farm, okay, in terms of land preparation and so on and so forth, okay. And variety selection, we are still talking about prevention. Okay, if you want to prevent this kind of diseases, okay, that also means that you have to select the right variety for planting on your farm. So choosing beneficial cacao variety, such as those with disease and pest resistance, has always been the cornerstone of IPM in cacao. Okay, so you have to select good varieties that are disease and pest resistant. Together, they are high yielding. Okay, so these varieties can be derived from cross breeding or budding and grafting technologies. Okay, so usually it's good to use grafted seedlings on your farm. Okay, it's always better to use grafted or budded seedlings instead of growing your trees right from seed to seedling and to adult tree. Okay, because grafted and budded seedlings they reach maturity earlier than seed than cacao grown from seeds. Okay, it takes longer for cacao grown from seed to bear fruit compared to cacao that have been grafted. Okay, when they are grafted, they bear fruit faster. Usually, like about 1 year, they are bearing fruits already. Okay, so you have to take note of this. So now let's look at some resistant cacao varieties in the Philippines. Okay, let's look at some of them. Okay, so presently, there are around 15 approved varieties or clones, okay, registered in the National Seeds Industry Council, okay. For cacao, there are about 15 approved varieties or clones, okay. So they include WF 18. Actually, we have WF 18 in our nursery now. WF 18, and then BR 25, K1, K2, PBG 123, K4, K7, K8, K9, K10, ICS 40, UIT1, TSO1, TSO2, and TSO3. Okay, so these are a combination from cross breeding of different cacao variety to arrive at this one. However, the major clones that are planted by farmers, there are about 6 of them. Okay, the most popular that are planted by farmers out of the 15 approved varieties are WF18, PBC123, BR 25, K1, K2, and K9. So these are the most common or the major varieties. Okay, so let's look at some of their characteristics. In case you want to buy seedlings, you know exactly which one to buy. Okay, now the first one is the BR25. Okay, so that is how it looks like when it's ripened. So usually first flowering starts at a year and 4 months, okay? At a year and 4 months, and fruiting will begin around a year and 5 months. Okay, so you can expect to have some harvest about 1.5 years after you plant them, okay? And the disease resistance is about a moderate level of disease resistance for this particular variety. Okay, so it's a good variety. Uh, it has so many other qualities which I did not include in the PowerPoint. So if you want to buy seedlings, you can look for BR25. So you ask the nursery, what variety do you have? And they will tell you. Now the next is K1. K1. Okay, so this is how the K1 looks like. It's a little longer in shape. Okay, it looks a little more of oval like that. Okay, so it flowers at a year and 11 months. Okay, so this particular variety, almost 2 years, it's a flower, and then it will bear fruit in a little about 2 years. You are going to get some harvest. Excuse me. In terms of disease resistance, according to research, it has also got moderate disease and pest resistance. Okay, disease and pest resistance. Now let's go to K2. So this is how K2 looks like. This is how K2 looks like. Okay, so it flowers at a year and 9 months. Okay, so around 1 year and 9 months, you can expect to have flowering, and then in about 2 years, you can expect to have some fruits from K2. In terms of disease and pest resistance, it's also moderate resistance, resistant to pest and disease conditions. Okay. Now the next one is UIT1, and this is how it looks like. Okay. Usually it flowers at the age of a year and 5 months. Okay, so this is a little closer to the BR25. Okay, they have almost the same period, duration for flowering. Okay, so after flowering, in about a month later, the pods will begin to develop. Okay, so this is also an early, an early yielding variety. Okay, UIT1. In terms of disease resistance, it is also moderately resistant to diseases, moderately resistant to pests and diseases. Okay, the next variety is the ICS40. In terms of shape, it almost looks like the UIT1. The difference is that the UIT1 is more, it's longer and slender compared to the ICS40. So it starts to flower at the age of a year and up. Okay, like a year and 6 months, and then fruiting will begin around a year and 7 months. Okay, around a year and 7 months. Okay, this just a little bit. It flowers just uh, a little later than the BR25, as we talked about earlier. In terms of disease resistance, it's also considered to be moderately resistant to disease and pests. Okay, moderately resistant to disease and pests. Now the next one is the UF18. Okay, this is what we have in our nursery now, 18. So it bears fruit, okay, in about a year and a half. Okay, in about a year and a half. Okay, one characteristic about this particular variety is that the beans are really, really very, very big beans. Okay, so it usually produces higher yield compared to the other varieties. And then it has a good pest resistance. It has a good pest resistance. Okay, so in conclusion to the varieties, any of these varieties can be good for your farm. Okay, it can be good for your farm. Okay, however, I will recommend them. If you are choosing seedlings, please you look for budded are used for grafted seedlings because they are more early yielding compared to uh, seedlings grown from just seeds. Okay. Now let's look at strategic planting and intercropping. Strategic planting and intercropping. Okay. So planting similar crops alongside each other can substantially increase pest and should be avoided if possible. Okay. So this is what I made mention in the morning. Okay. For example, if you grow cacao and rambutan on the same field, the issue of pot borers will never be solved. Okay. Or if you grow cacao with mango on the same field, fighting pot borers is going to be a big issue. Okay. So planting similar crops are not really recommended. So you have to plant crops or intercrop with crops that are not attacked by the same pest. Okay, like you can see in this photo here. Okay, the disease of bananas are very different from the disease cow. They are not related at all. Okay, so when you control the disease on the cacao, okay, there's no way that the disease will go to the banana and later attack the cacao. So usually bananas are considered as a very good temperate shade when the cacao are very young. Okay? So usually between 1 year old to 3 years old, the best shading for cacao is bananas, according to research. It is the best. Okay, and even in later ages, it is very good to continue to keep some bananas in farm. Okay, because they also help in pollination. Okay, traditionally, some farmers sow different crops in alternate rows and undersow a crop like maize with legumes such as cowpea to help improve soil fertility and reduce weeds. Okay, such system can help reduce pests. Okay, so while the cacao is young, it is okay to grow other crops together, intercrop with other crops. Okay, but just make sure that the crops you are growing are not going to be, they are not going to attack the cacao too. Okay, so they should complement and not uh, it should complement and not contrast each other in any way. Okay, so you can grow other crops together like legumes, okay, to improve the soil fertility and so on and so forth. While the cacao is still young, okay, after the cacao gets bigger, those things will not grow well because the cacao shade and then the shade trees are going to occupy the entire land. So there is no way you will succeed in doing that. Okay. So growing different intercrops also help reduce the buildup of pests. Okay. For example, as you can see over here, this is cacao intercropped with coconut. Okay, this is cacao intercropped with coconut. But in this particular picture here, okay, you can see that the cacao is really doing well. The cacao is really doing well. And like I mentioned, okay, in a situation like this, the spacing of the cacao needs to be around 2.5 to 3 meters apart, okay? And then the cacao should be around maybe 600 to 650 trees, hectare, if you are going to grow it along with coconut, okay, on the same piece of land. Okay, these are some of the things you can consider. But this really looks very beautiful farm. Okay. If you have already established coconut farm, you want to incorporate cacao into it, okay, maybe what you have to do is to cut down some of the coconut, okay, to make space for the cacao. Okay, and that will also ensure that the cacao is not overshadowed. Okay, all right. So intact crops can reduce weed problem. Okay, and also increase the range of weed control method and increase the range of weed control method that can be used. Okay, so that's another advantage of using intercropping. Okay, it also helps to minimize weed control on the weed incidents on the farm. Okay, now let's talk about soil management. Soil management. So you have to properly dispose disease spots, okay, and branches on the farm. Okay, because if you leave the disease spot on the soil, it means that the soil is going to be infected. Okay, the soil is going to be infected, and the soil is going to be a breeding ground for diseases and pests on your farm. Okay, and the problem is if the soil becomes the breeding ground for disease and pests, it becomes more complicated to control them. It becomes very, very complicated. So you have to take note of that. So occasionally check for the presence of pathogens harboring under the surface of the soil or under harboring under the surface of the leaf, okay, which are on the soil. So you have to cross-check it very well, okay. And then usually, as you can see in this image here, in planting, that is where soil management actually begins, okay? Okay, so usually it's advisable that you dig the topsoil first, put it somewhere, you dig the subsoil, put it somewhere, okay? And then you put the topsoil down first, put the seedlings, and then you can put the subsoil on it, okay, to make sure that the topsoil is not thrown away. Because the topsoil usually contains most of the nutrients that the plants need. Okay, so proper soil management is really very important. Okay, water management. I really want you to pay so much attention to this particular part here. Okay, usually in cacao, okay, now I'll talk from some personal experience. Okay, on our farms, we don't use irrigation. However, what we have noticed is that, okay, sometimes some of our farm we have rivers, okay, we have rivers that goes through the farm like that, or streams of water that goes through the farm. And then usually the cacao planted along the stream of water, they seem to have fruit almost all the year. Okay, they seem to have a fruit the entire year. And what that means is this. In cacao season, they have major season and minor season. Or in other words, there is a minor crop and a major crop. So usually in the rainy season, there's a major harvest. And in the dry season, there is a minor harvest. So the question is, why in the dry season there is minor harvest, and then in the rainy season there's major harvest? The reason is that, okay, there is minor harvest during the dry season because of low water content in the soil. As a matter of fact, if you are able to provide water to the cacao through the year, then you are going to have two major harvests in the year. Okay, so like you can see in this image here, this is an irrigated farm. Now you can imagine that the yield, okay? You can imagine the yield, the number of pots. If you are going to count the number of pots here, I'm sure you are going to get around 100 to 200 pots from down here all the way up there. you can have. Okay, so what it means here is that if you really want to go into cacao production, okay, you can do some kind of irrigation system on your farm, especially those of you who have rivers close to your farm. Or if you want to dig a borehole, you can do that. Okay, and then it is cost intensive. However, the yield is way higher than how much you are going to spend to provide irrigation during the dry season. Okay, and usually you provide irrigation only during the dry season. Okay, so if you have the income to do that, you can really provide irrigation during the dry season. Okay, so if you don't have the income to do that, then you just have to depend on natural rainfall. Okay, which means that every year during the rainy season, you are going to have a major harvest, and then the dry season, you are going to have a minor harvest. Okay, all right. So usually for some cacao farms, one way they are able to conserve water is to make some trenches between the rows on the farm. Like you can see here, there's a trench all the way going there. And over here too, there's a trench here. So these trenches harvest water from the rain, okay? They harvest water. And the roots of the cacao will go into these particular trenches to get water during the dry season. Okay, but like I said, this is labor intensive. Okay, so if you can afford to do this, then you just need to rely on natural rainfall, and then make sure that you have enough leaf under the cacao trees, okay, as a mulch to reduce evaporation of water from the soil, especially during the dry season. Okay, so that's one thing you should know. All right, supplying water to crop is essential to plant health, but it can greatly influence pest incidents and impact. Okay, irrigation may be required, especially in dry seasons, or when crop or with crops that require a lot of moisture. Okay, so you should take note of this. So soil must be well drained, okay, to reduce incidence of outbreak of fungal diseases. Okay, so you should be sure that your soil is not so damp all the time, and then it's not heavy clay, and it's not collecting too much water, which is not draining, okay? Because very wet soil are good breeding ground for diseases and pests. All right, now let's talk about nutrition management. For those of you who ask questions about fertilizers, we are going to address that question here. Okay, so let me begin by saying that nutrition is part of disease and pest control. Okay, disease and pest control is so much influenced by nutrition. Okay, so there is an old saying that an apple a day keeps the doctor away. Okay, an apple a day keeps the doctor away. And what that means is that proper nutrition, okay, proper nutrition is able to make the crops healthy. Okay, and then it is also able to help the crops or the trees withstand disease and pest conditions. Okay, so if the trees are malnourished, it means that every disease and pest condition that happen on the farm, they will not be able to stand. They will be less resistant to disease and pest. Okay, so choice of fertilizer when it comes to proper when it comes to proper soil management, this is soil management, not so. Proper soil management, okay? It is all about obeying the 4R strategy, okay? By the 4R strategy, we are talking about the right time, the right amount, the right timing, and then the right placement. Okay, so we have right time, no, the right type of fertilizer, the right quantity of fertilizer, the right time in application, and the right application. Okay, so all these come together to make nutrition management possible. Okay, but this is one thing you should be aware. Okay, I've heard stories upon stories, but farmers who apply fertilizer, and it seems that the fertilizer has no effect at all on the cacao. I mean, the fertilizer did not increase yield at all, okay, or just little. Okay, now this is the issue. Heavily shaded trees, okay, do not respond well to fertilizer, okay, as fields with minimum shade. Okay, so if your farm looks dark, okay, if your farm is not bright, you don't have enough sunlight, okay, the trees do not respond well to fertilizer. They don't respond well to fertilizer. So when you go to your farm, you should see bright light under all the cacao. You should see bright light. It should not be dark and gloomy, okay, on the farm. No, it should not. Because if it's like that, when you apply fertilizer, you will not get the best results from the fertilizer. You will not get the best results from the fertilizer. Okay. So use fertilizers as recommended based on the result of soil test. Okay, use nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium fertilizers if soil is lacking in these nutrients. Okay, so it is really recommended that once or twice a year, you do a soil test for your field, for your farm. Okay, DA has got a laboratory for testing soil. Okay, so you should do a soil test, okay, once or twice a year to know which nutrient is lacking in your soil so that it will give you an idea of what fertilizer you should buy. Okay, and let me say that even now, there are a lot of tools available online which you can buy to test the soil. Okay, for example, if you want to check the pH of the soil, there is a pH meter for soil. Okay, you just just insert in the soil and it will read the pH. Actually, I have one of that. Okay, and then I've also got the pH meter for testing testing the solution. Okay, so sometimes if I insert the 4 pH meter into the soil and I don't get accurate result, I prepare solution of the water and I use the other pH meter to test. Okay, because pH meter, pH of the soil is also one factor that influences the availability of nutrients to the soil. Okay? Because if the pH of your soil is now between 5.5 to 6.5, it means that when you apply fertilizer, the fertilizer will not be available to the plants. Okay, the plants cannot absorb. Okay, so absorption of nutrient only happen within the pH range of 5.5 to 6.5. Okay, I have done a series of experiments myself here in my house, and then when I was in Thailand, because I lived in Thailand for 6 years before I moved to the Philippines. Okay, so while I was in Thailand, I did series of experiments, okay, trying to test nutrient absorption in different pH solutions, okay, and then usually when the pH of the soil is very, very high, for example, when it's so high, the soil gets alkaline. And then in alkaline soils, nutrient absorption is very low. In the same way, if the pH is low, it means the soil is acidic. And most clay soils are acidic soils. Okay, more clay soils are acidic soils, and because of that, nutrient absorption is very low. Okay, so it's really tend to affect the cacao in terms of absorption of the fertilizer you apply in the soil. All right. So once or twice a year, you have to do a soil test. Okay. You can find online either in Lazada or Alibaba. There are tools for checking the amount of nutrient in the soil. Okay, it's called EC meter. I have got that one too. It's called EC meter, and the EC meter will let you know how much nutrient is available in the soil. Okay, it will let you know how much nutrient fertilizer you need to apply in your soil. Okay, so you have to do soil tests. Okay, if you don't have all these tools, you can get a sample of the soil, take it to the DA laboratories, and they are going to do the testing for you. Okay, so the amount and type of nutrient required vary with the age of the plant. Okay, with the age of the cacao trees. Okay, the amount of nutrient required and the type of nutrient vary. So now let's look at the detail with regards to the age and the nutrients required. Okay, so some recommendations. Excuse me. Okay, some recommendations for newly planted or transplanted cacao. For newly transplanted cacao, okay, newly transplanted young cacao plant require more phosphorus, okay, for good root development. So your cacao is between maybe around 6 months all the way to 2 years old. And they need more phosphorus for good root development. Okay, so if the soil test shows that uh, the soil does not have enough phosphorus, okay, you can use NPK fertilizer high in phosphorus. For example, NPK 12, 24, 12 at a ratio of 0.1 kilogram per plant. Okay, so you can choose a fertilizer, NPK fertilizer, which is rich in phosphorus, because at that particular age, they need to grow more roots. Okay, the better the roots, the faster the growth. Okay, so if the roots do not develop rapidly, it will not be able to absorb more nutrients, even if there is enough nutrient in the soil. So you will need your young trees to grow, develop more vigorous roots. Okay, so this is the rate you are going to use per plant, not the, okay. And then young trees, where they are like 1 to 3 years old, 1 to 3 years old, okay. So if the soil is lacking in nitrogen, okay, young trees should receive 2 applications of a fertilizer high in nitrogen, okay, for shoot development, okay, for shoot development. Okay, you should take note of this. Okay, for example, you can apply NPK 30, 10, 10, okay, fertilizer at a ratio of 0.2 kilogram per tree. And you can do this twice for the first 3 years. Between 1 year old to 3 years old, you can use NPK 30, 10, 10, okay, at a ratio of 0.2 kilograms. Now, let me say that when you go to the agrochemical shop to buy fertilizer, you might not get these same figures, okay? But you have to look for figures that is close to this figure. For example, you might find a fertilizer instead of 30, 10, 10, you may find 25, 10, 10, which is okay. Or you may find maybe 26, 12, 12, which is okay. But the key thing here is that at the end of the day, the nitrogen concentration needs to be higher. Okay, when the tree is between 1 year old to 3 years old. Okay, so at this stage, it has to grow more branches so that more fruits can be produced. Okay, actively growing a tree over 3 years old. Okay, if it's 3 years, the image here is less than 1 year old. Okay, so just take note. So if the soil is lacking in nitrogen, okay, apply the fertilizer with high percentage of nitrogen, such as NPK 30-10-10 fertilizer, okay, at a ratio of 0.2 kilograms to 0.4 kilograms, okay, per tree twice per year, okay, per tree twice per year. Okay, so over 3 years old, you have to increase the dosage. Okay, they have to increase the dosage on the rate of fertilizer you are going to use. So you are going to use like 3 kilograms. Okay, you are going to apply it like uh, uh, twice per year. Okay, you take note. So the next thing here is for fruiting and flowering trees. For fruiting and flowering trees. Okay, so what we are saying here is our flowering and fruiting trees have high requirement for nitrogen and potassium. Okay, so if these trees are lacking, if these nutrients are lacking in the soil, okay, fertilizers such as NPK 16824, okay, is recommended at a rate of 0.4 kilograms, okay, to 1.2 kilograms twice per year for fruiting trees, okay? So fruiting trees need more nitrogen and more potassium, okay? So if you are buying a fertilizer, make sure that the nitrogen content and then the potassium content are high, okay? But as you can see here, the potassium is way higher compared to the nitrogen, okay, if they are in the fruiting season, okay, and then the rate here is between 0.4 kilograms to 1.2 kilograms, applying twice per year to your fruiting cacao trees. Okay, now let's go to harvesting and storage. Harvesting and storage. Okay, carryover of wheat seeds and disease-causing organisms, okay, can be reduced with good harvesting, seed cleaning, and seed storage, method. Now, don't forget, we are still talking about integrated pest management, okay? So the idea here is that even in harvesting and storage, you have to be very careful not to transfer pests and diseases from the farm to other components of your production unit. Okay, for example, you transfer the diseases from the trees to the pod breaking area, okay, and then to the other farms as well. Okay, let's assume that you got some seed which were you use for your nursery, and because the pods had some disease and pest on them, okay, you carry the same disease to your nursery, and then you ended up infesting your nursery with the diseases which were on the pods. Okay, so you have to be very particular about this. Okay, now the next thing here is biodiversity preservation. Okay, so protecting natural habitat near farmland is the best way to conserve biodiversity. Okay, including many natural pest enemies. Okay, So let me mention again that in integrated pest management, okay, as much as you want to kill pests on your farm, it should also be your goal, okay, uh, to save natural pest enemy. Okay, for example, I made mention of parasitoids on the farm and some other ants that can eat aphids and they can eat the mirrets and so on and so forth. As much as you want to control the aphids and the mirrets, then all those stem borers, you should also make sure that in the process you don't end up killing all the beneficial insects on the farm or killing the beneficial pests in the farm. Okay, because that is very, very important. Okay, they also help naturally to control disease and pests on your farm. So usually it is recommended that the use of pesticides in the farm should always be the last resort. Okay, it should be the last resort. Okay, so let's assume that you have tried all the cultural methods, you have tried all the physical methods, but it seems like the disease and pest condition is getting higher. And then it's reaching the economic threshold level. Okay, if it's reaching the economic threshold level, and that will be the moment that you will bring in pest from the pesticide use on the farm. Okay, so even that is spraying the farm, you have to do it selectively. Okay, so that you don't destroy the beneficial insects that are found on the farm. Because when you do that, it means you are going to destroy the biodiversity in the farm. And every time biodiversity is destroyed, it leads to proliferation of diseases and pests on the farm. And then there are also natural habitats. Okay, for example, growing some trees around the farm. Okay, like windbreak, the trees which are going to serve as windbreaks. Growing shade trees together on the farm. Okay, this also becomes a natural home for beneficial insects, okay, on your farm. So usually if you have just a monocrop uh, farm, a cacao monocrop, then it becomes difficult to create biodiversity on the farm. Because monocrop means that there's just one crop or maybe one or two. However, if you have shade trees and then you have other intercrop and then you have other plants growing together, okay, that makes it more diversified, and that is really good environment for beneficial insects to thrive and do well in order to control the harmful pests that are trying to destroy your cacao. Okay. However, careful management of farm and land hedges, including trees and hedges, okay, and it's important for wildlife habitat, providing cover and refuge for beneficial insects and animals. Okay, so this is what I have mentioned. This is what I have mentioned. If you have trees growing in your farm, or you have shade trees, okay, if ever you spray the cacao trees, okay, the beneficial insects are going to find refuge in the shade trees, okay? Okay, so they are going to hide in the shade trees, and then in so doing, they are going to have safety, and then it will help your farm to do well. Okay, let's talk about monitoring of the farm. Monitoring of the farm. Okay, so observing crops determines if when and what action should be taken to maximize productivity. Okay, like you can see over here, okay, so they are constantly doing monitoring, and then they are doing some pruning on the farm. Okay, they are doing some pruning in the farm. But if you can see the image very closely, okay, there is a lot of incidents of leaf eating. Okay, you can see holes, a lot of holes in the leaf. Okay, there's a lot of holes in the leaf. Okay, so they need to check it closely. What actually is causing destruction of the leaves? Okay, that what is causing destruction? So this is part of the monitoring. So in the monitoring, you try to find out exactly what is going on in the farm, okay? And then you try to diagnose and find out what particular pest is trying to destroy the leaves or destroy the flowers of the pods, okay? So the decision-making tools range from pet boards to computers and train local experts to remote sensing technologies. Okay, so it is also important, okay, let me say that if you really want to well monitor disease and pest on your farm, okay, you have to put tags on the trees or under the trees, okay? You have to put tags under the trees, or at least let's assume that you have 1 hectare of cacao. Okay, so the 1 hectare can be divided into 8 different plots. Okay, it could be divided into about 8 different plots or blocks. Okay, and then you have to keep data on each of the block separately. Okay, so you have a paper or a book. Okay, so you go to the farm, the observations you make, you document them. Okay, and then you come back again the next week or two, you come to the farm, you observe what you find, you have to document everything. Okay, so by documenting after a period of time, you'll be able to know exactly what is wrong in that particular block. Okay, and then it will help you to make prescription or to provide antidote to that particular situation on your farm. Okay, so keeping records is very important as much as disease and pest is concerned. And even possible, those of you who have got phones, you can take pictures, okay, of disease condition and then write notes under the pictures and then keep them. So if ever you have to spray the farm or you have to take some measures to control disease and pest, okay, you can always go back to your books and know what is there, what you wrote down. Okay, so you look at what you wrote down and then you go to your notes, okay, the handout you received from the training, you check the symptoms from what you see on your farm to what you have received in the training. And it is going to give you an idea of what you have to do in order to solve that particular problem that you have on your farm. Okay, remote sensing is one of the two which I don't think, smallhold farmers can use remote sensing, but you can use pet boards. Okay, that is what I'm saying. You can use pet boards in different points of the farm. Okay, these pet boards, they are where you are going to write information regarding disease conditions in that particular area in the farm. So you are going to keep accurate information. So you can keep the book either in the house or you can keep it in a plastic bag, okay, and you keep it somewhere on the farm so that when it rains, it will not get wet and it will not get destroyed, okay? All right. So management of cacao requires routine inspection, okay, to assess how well plants are growing and what actions need to be taken from seedling all the way to harvest. Okay. So routine inspection is very required. So walking through a plantation involves scouting out, okay, for disease and pests, okay, and distinguishing them from non-pest and beneficial insects. Okay, so when we say monitoring, we are talking about walking through the farm. Okay, as you walk through the farm, you are scouting for particular pests and diseases. And then you are also trying to look for beneficial insects that are on the farm. Okay, so you are going to look at those particular areas with disease and pests. Okay, so if you have to take particular measures, okay, you know which particular areas on the farm that need attention. So you don't spend time working on the whole farm. For example, if you have to spray or something, you know which particular area of the farm that needs spraying. So you don't have to spray the whole farm because it's very cost intensive. Okay. Now let's talk about intervention. Intervention. So by intervention, we are talking about reducing economically damaging pests to acceptable level. Okay, may involve cultural, physical, biological, and chemical control measures, individually or in combination. Okay, so I made mention this earlier that the intervention could be holistic or it could just be one of them. Okay, like you see in this photo here, okay, there is, I think there's some aphids here. Okay, so he has this spray. So he goes and then he just spray this particular pot here. So he's not spraying the whole farm, but just the pot. Okay, or some just some few trees like that. Okay, so it could be the use of one of the approaches, or it could be the use of the whole intervention. Okay, just one of the approaches or just one. Okay, or you can just do a combination of all the approaches if it needs. However, listen, I said that uh, chemical use should always be the last resort on your cacao farm. So involve the physical, the cultural, and then the biological. Okay, what comes first is cultural control through proper management of the farm. Okay, and then you talk about physical control by physically destroying the pests on the farm. And then you could involve biological control if ever there are beneficial insects on your farm. So if ever all these do not work, then you use chemical. So chemical should not be your first solution, but it should always be your last solution in terms of controlling diseases and pests on your farm. Okay, so cost, benefits, I mean labor force and equipment, as well as economic and environmental and social impact, all have to be taken into consideration. Okay, in terms of the intervention, you have to look at the cost component, look at the environmental component, social impact. Okay, so take all this into consideration. Okay, before you decide to use a particular intervention on your farm. Okay, now let's talk about cultural and physical methods. Cultural and physical methods. So these techniques such as weed control or disease control by removing infected plant debris should be assessed for their impact on plant roots and yield, as well as their requirement for labor and energy. Okay, so we are talking about weed control here. It's really not recommended, even though some people use, but it's not recommended to use weedicide in cacao farms. Okay, always use manual weeding. Manual weeding or mechanical weeding is the most required. So you can use the slasher or you can use the mower, okay, depending on the kind of vegetation or the kind of weed you have on the farm. But I don't recommend that you use weedicide on cacao farms. Okay, for several reasons, it's not recommended. Okay, one of the reasons is that most of the pollinators on your cacao, okay, most of the pollinators on your cacao their breeding ground is in the soil. The breeding ground of the pollinators is actually uh, in the leaves, okay, under the base of the cacao tree. So if you are going to put weedicide, you are going to kill all those pollinators that are breeding on the leaves. So usually it's not recommended. It's not recommended that you use weedicide, on your farm. Okay, so the best recommendation is to use slashers and to use mowers to clear the weeds, not weedicide. Okay. Also, the possibility of integrating cultural techniques, okay, with the careful use of crop protection products should be explored. Okay, so you can use cultural techniques. Okay, and then one of the cultural is the use of slashes instead of chemicals. Okay, to control diseases and pests on your farm. Okay, for example, manual weeding entirely replaced with herbicide. Okay, this is exactly what I've been talking about. Okay, because herbicide have got a lot of negative effects on cacao farms more than positive effects. Okay, so you should take note of this. Okay, so chemical control, chemical crop protection or pesticide are biologically active uh, chemical that control range of insects and vertebrates, pests and diseases. Okay, they are often the most cost effective way of controlling infestation as part of IPM. So what we are saying here is that for chemical control, okay, when there is disease and pest, and then it has reached the economic threshold. Okay, it's like your whole farm is being infected already. Okay, that is when you use chemical control. Okay, however, uh, there could be organic insecticide, which is okay to use. Okay, organic insecticides are okay. Usually, if you are using organic insecticides or any kind of insecticide you are using, if you can also select pesticide specific, host specific pesticides, that could also be ideal, so that the pesticide target one particular organism on the farm. Okay, so if you use organic pesticides or fungicide like neem oil and so on and so forth, that is not so much harmful, okay, to the environment compared to synthetic pesticides. Okay, all right. So to get the most out of this product, they must be applied correctly. Okay, so usually when you're applying pesticide, don't take anything for granted, because you can easily die, okay, through residual accumulation of these pesticides in your system. So you need to cover your head, cover your eye, your nose, your mouth. Use protective clothes, gloves, and boots. Okay. All right. So responsible use and good handling practices. Okay. Limited potential pesticide residues in cacao and the environment. Okay. As well as help avoid pests and diseases. As well as help avoid pest diseases. Okay. Okay, let's continue. Okay, so this is the last slide for the afternoon session. So I will open the floor for question and answers. I'll open the floor for question and answers. Okay. All right. So there are already some questions here. So I will answer them, and then if ever you have some more questions, please feel free to ask the question. Okay, in the Q and A session. In the Q and A session. Okay, I'll share the screen again so that you can see uh, the questions. Okay, somebody is asking, what fertilizer are we going to use and how to apply? Okay, I think we have discussed this already. We have discussed this already. Okay, so just a quick recap. Okay, if I will go back here, okay, to the nutrition. So the fertilizer to use depends on the age of your tree. Okay, depends on the age of the trees. So I make mention that for newly planted trees, okay, these are the recommendations. Okay, NPK 12, 24, 12 at 0.1 kilograms per plant. Okay, and then I made mention that 1 to 3 years old, okay, you can apply NPK 30, 10, 10, okay, at 0.2 kilograms twice per year for the first 1 to 2 to 3 years. Okay, and then I said that when the trees are over 3 years old, you can use NPK 30, 10, 10, okay, and so on and so forth. And let me also mention that there are some fertilizers which have micronutrients, okay, and you are also going to apply micronutrients also on the farm, okay. So it's not only NPK that you are going to apply on your farm. Okay, so micronutrients are also going to be applied. And usually some of those NPK fertilizers, they have micronutrient incorporated in them. Okay, if the fertilizer you are planting, you are applying does not have micronutrients in them, it means that you have to buy fertilizer, a micronutrient fertilizer, and then apply as well. Okay, so let me mention here that, so at flowering, we said that, okay, you can apply NPK 16, 824, okay, at a rate of 0.4 kilogram to 1.2 twice per year. Okay, so take note of this and then do it effectively. Okay, do it effectively. Okay, let's answer the rest of the questions. So the next question here is there is this once we bought a sack of fertilizer NPK 14 14 14 11S, which is 11% sulfur. Should this cost the cacao? What do you mean by should this cost the cacao? Okay, so if I understand you well, okay, the amount of sulfur needed in the soil compared to the three main nutrients, NPK, is less, okay? It's less. Yeah, but the problem with sulfur is if there is excess sulfur in the soil, that could be harmful to the plants. Okay, because uh, it's, it can increase the acidity level of the soil. It could increase the acidity level of the soil. Okay, so sulfur is not a major nutrient needed by cacao. It's a minor nutrient. Okay, so the levels in fertilizer should be low compared to nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. Okay, okay, let's answer the next question. Is it advisable to plant marigold within cacao plantation? Thank you. Okay, Ma'am Brenda, I think marigold is good to plant. However, from your experience, what are the common pests that attack marigold? Ma'am Brenda, from your experience, what are the common pests that attack marigold? Okay, so uh, the bottom line here is make sure that the crop you are intercropping, okay, or the plant you are intercropping do not have the same kind of disease and pest with the cacao. Okay, but I think marigold is just an annual or biennial plant, and for that matter, it will not be able to have any adverse condition on the cacao. And then I think marigold has got also some nitrogen component which could actually improve uh, the nutrition of the soil or the fertility of the soil. So it's not bad. It's not bad to use marigold. However, just cross check and see the common pest of marigold. Okay, so that you'll be 100% sure that they don't have the same pest with cacao. Okay, Ma'am Lydia is asking, are you familiar with W10? My problem is the inside of this W10, the pods, it looks outside, but when you open it, a bit damaged, all wet inside. Yeah, Ma'am Lydia, I'm familiar with W10. Actually, one of my friends, that is what the variety they have on their field here in the Philippines. Uh, okay, so Mom Lydia is saying my problem is uh, in the inside of the DW10 pots, it look outside, but when you open it, it is damaged inside. Uh, I'm not sure if I get your point. However, let me say that if you find damages inside the pots, okay, that could be a sign of lack of potassium. Okay, that could be a sign of lack of potassium in the soil. Okay, that could be a lack of potassium. Okay, so potassium will help with pot development, the shape, and then the structure and everything. Okay, so if you've been observing that on the farm, okay, you can apply some potassium on the soil and see if there will be any difference. So look for NPK with high level of potassium, okay, and use it on your farm. I'm sure that the problem could be reduced, okay? If the problem is not genetic related, okay, then that problem could be solved. If you're having some cracks within the pot, and so on and so forth, look for fertilizer with high level of potassium. Okay, the next question. If we want to make organic fertilizer, what would you recommend? Okay. If you want to make organic fertilizer, okay, uh, what you could do is you can use some grass. If you have grass, this, I'm not sure what kind of grass you have in your area, but the kind of grass, I think, what's the name? Is it Bahama grass? There's some kind of grass that is used for feeding the goats, okay? It's very common here in the Philippines. You can use some grass, and then you can use uh, some fresh leaves from the tree, okay? And then you, if you are familiar with uh, how to use bacteria, which is sold in the agrochemical, you can buy some bacteria and then you mix it together uh, with the preparation. However, if it's not fertilizer you want to make, but you want to make compost, that's a different thing. Okay, if you want to make compost, it means that you are going to mix up the leaf together with soil, okay, to get it decomposed over time. But even in the process, we can add some bacteria. It's not really expensive, but the bacteria will help in the process of decomposition. It will make it faster and faster. However, if it's not compost you are preparing fertilizer, okay, then you can use the leaves and the grass only together with some bacteria incorporation into the system, and that'll be very good to go to use on your cacao farm. Okay, that'll be good to go on that good farm by using the green leaf, grass, and then putting some water in them, getting them rotting, uh, and then you incorporate the bacteria. However, remember the leaf you are going to use, you have to chop them up for faster decomposition. You have to chop them up into pieces, and then after about 10 days to 2 weeks, that could be used on the farm. Okay, any more questions? Any more questions, please? Okay, so if there are no more questions, we are going to finish the afternoon session for today. But before we finish, okay, I will ask you to give us a feedback on the training for today. So on a scale of 1 to 10, how will you rate the training for today? Uh, don't worry, just give what you think. We don't care about uh, what you give. The most important thing is we shall be able to improve training for the next series of training we'll be having. Okay, so on a scale of 1 to 10, rate the training for today. Okay, you can write your answer in the you can write your rating in the chat. Okay, just write your uh, your your rating in the chat. Okay, so if it is 10, just write 10. 9, write 10. Whatever you want to write, just write it there. Okay, so you rate here, please read here before I give the concluding statement. Give us a rating, please. Okay. And let me say that in November, we are going to have another training on effective pollination. Okay, we are going to do a second training on effective pollination. So those of you who are not able to attend the first training, okay, next month you can join the training on pollination. And the truth is that if you combine disease control with pollination, then I can assure you that the current yield you have on your farm, you can increase it by even 4 times with knowing the techniques in pollination and then combining it with effective disease and pest control. Okay, so next month we'll have another training, another session on effective pollination techniques. Okay, so those of you who want to learn how to use natural pollinators and artificial pollination, okay, you can join the training. Okay, please, I'm waiting for your rating. Give us a rating. Okay, give us a rating. I will send a live video to you all. Everybody will have the live video. Okay, and then please, your rating. Only Mom Lydia has given rating. So rate are from 0 to 10. 10 is the highest, and then 0 is the least. Okay, so give us a rating for the training today. Okay, Mom Gladys. Okay, thank you, thank you. Okay, everybody, please rate. Give us rating, everybody, please. Okay, so this brings us to the end of our training for today. All right, so we'll see you again on the effective pollination. Okay, I want to be part of your farm project. Okay, after COVID is over, if you want us to visit your farm and give you some recommendations, for sure, we will visit your farm and give you some recommendations. Okay, all right, and I'm also hoping that after COVID is over, we can do face-to-face training. Okay, so that some of the things we are talking about, we can demonstrate them on the farm for you to see. Okay, so thank you so much, everybody, for participating in this training. Okay, so thank you so much. And Maramin Salamat po. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, let me see if there's some questions here. All right, I have. Okay, okay. Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you, thank you. Okay, Mom Felicia is saying reduce the registration fee. Okay, okay. Mom Letitia, we can give discount. Usually we give discount to those who have attended the training for a couple of times. We give them discount like that. Okay, so we will consider your suggestion, Ma'am Lydia. Ma'am Felix. Okay, thank you. Okay. Doki, we will send the training, the recording to you because you were not able to join link. Okay. So the recording will be sent to everybody. Okay. Doki is saying, can I text you for clarification? Yes, you can text, or you can just chat with us on Facebook through our messenger. You can send to us any message, any question that you have, you can send to us and then we will answer. Okay. So this said, I want to say thank you again and see you in the next training, hopefully at the close of November. Okay. God bless you, everyone. God bless you, and bye bye. Bye bye.